Back just in the nick of time. And here we go. Hey, what's up, everybody? Happy Monday. And today, Monday? I think it is. Or is it Tuesday? No, it's Tuesday. It shows you how with it I am. Let's try that again. Happy Tuesday. NF Tuesday. There we go. What's up, Allie? Tier 2, 43 months. Thank you so much. Mountain Meg, Tier 2, 44 months. Thank you so much. I knew you guys would correct me right away. Y'all are on it. What's up, Misty? Nadu 6. Randy C. P. King. Welcome back, Funko Vader, or first time here. I know I've seen your name all over Twitter. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What's up, Rob Rett? How are you, Rob? Mocking Lazarus is here. Let me fix this screen. Every time I go live, the entire screen extends over to another screen. Hey, what a hype train this early on. Let's go. What's up, Mindy? What's up, Nessa? Cal Air, good afternoon. Oh, I'm so sorry about your Lions. I know it's still a sore subject, but for those Detroit fans, I thought you had it. I thought you had it. I'm so sorry. We won't get into the details, but Funko Addict Tech, what's happening? How are you now? Clint Crockett, thank you. Tier 2, 44 months, 44 for show. Zeroba, what's happening? How are you now? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Random King. Punked Prime, 38 months. Random King says, I wanted Detroit to win. You and a lot of folks here. What's up, Punked? What's up, Misty? Thank you, Misty, for helping me out as a mod. Very much appreciated. Guys, we are already at a level 3 hype train, 28%. If you don't know what a hype train means, that just means that there's been enough activity on subscriptions and subs here on the channel where, I don't know, what's an up dog? Where the hype train has taken off, and you guys can help push the hype train forward with your subs, gifted subs, or bits, which is how I make money here on Twitch. So if you like the content that you see, please subscribe. You can subscribe for free. I think that service is still available. If you have Amazon Prime, here's a little link to help you out. I think that service is changing based on what I've read recently. Twitch is making some changes, but might as well grab it while you can. You can subscribe to one content creator here on Twitch for free every month, but you have to go in and reapply it yourself. You have to go in and apply. It doesn't automatically apply. Since this hype train's going forward, we still have 3 minutes and 30 seconds. If we can complete level 4, I'll bring it down a notch. Level 4, 100% or more, I'll give everybody here 200 Sully Bucks. Those are my loyalty points that you get, and you can use those to enter giveaways. Like the box game that we just played on Friday, we'll play some more this Thursday, moving things around this week, updated schedule. If you're willing, you can subscribe, you can gift subs, or you can give me bits. Bits you purchase and then give me like little bits of tips. Miss Jessie Star resubscribed to Tier 2, 44 months. We're already at 76% of the way through level 3. Nadu6 says, all we need is for Taylor Swift halftime show to rig it all. Callard says, good news for the Lions. It appears that their offensive coordinator has decided to stay in Detroit and not take a head coaching job. Oh, that does sound good. They're reducing the amount of money the content creator gets from Twitch Prime. I think it's dropping to $225. Oh, so it's not significant. It was like $250 before, so that's fine. Thank you, Callard. I've been meaning to watch some videos on that to see what the big difference is. They are going to increase our ability to do these kind of like a side challenge where we can get so many points in a month from subscriptions and then we'll earn more. I need to read up more on that and be fully educated on it. But I've been busy with a lot of NFT stuff that I think in the long run is going to be better for me anyway. Yes, I did set up a newsletter. This is something new. If you guys are willing, it's going to show up in the chat every so often. It's the URL that says stats.sender.net. You guys click on that. You can sign up for my email distribution list. Here's the idea. There's not a good contact method for all. You guys know I like Twitter. You guys know I don't like Discord. Some of you love Twitter. Some of you hate it. Some of you love Discord. Some of you like Instagram. We all have our different methods. But remember the good old days of every time I went live, you got an email that said Sully's going live right now. Come on board. It's not enough because you don't all receive it. And when I do an NFT project and I launch, many of you miss out on it because, oh, I didn't know it was happening that day. So here's the idea. I found a service that'll give me, I think it's like 20,000 free emails a month that I can send out. So I get you guys to sign up. I can shoot you an email and say, I'm going live in an hour. Don't miss out. I got a NFT project that's going to go up here at this time. And guess what? Here's how it works. You can read a little description so you can be prepared for what you need to do. It's going to require some extra work on my part, but I think it'll be well worth it. And eventually get enough people signed up. It'll give me the ability to also send you SMS texts if you want to opt in. Only if you want to opt in. So that I can send you push notifications as well. So I'm just kind of building the foundation for what will be better communication going forward. Did you hear that TikTok removed the rule of needing 100,000 followers to post videos? You mean post videos or go live? I was just talking about this with somebody in Gary V's Twitch stream yesterday, and there is a weird barrier to being able to go live video, where if you want to do it like from OBS like I do, you would need to be able to get a code to distribute that stream key. You need a stream key in order to distribute the signal. I bet it's the live thing. We did not complete the hype train, but thank you everybody for your resubbing and subbing. I very much appreciate it. Helps me pay my bills and continue to do this. That's cool, Misty. I'll have to research that too. And thank you, Misty, for being over on YouTube as well. I am live on YouTube at the same time, gang, if you be so willing as to jump over there also. Or if you prefer YouTube, you can jump over there. I will say I'm not set up for giveaways and things over there, but you can still watch. You can always go back and watch the VOD later. Cutie Beck, tier 1, 41 months. Thank you, Cutie Beck. I can't post the link here, but you can go over to YouTube and look up Nerds Unite Us. Nerds Unite US. And you can jump in the action over there as well. Hold on, there's something I need to turn back on. I had this cool slide out thing with my name for Twitter and all that, and I had to turn it off the other day. Boom, there it is. Okay. Well, there was a question that came up. Were I able to glue the snow globe back together again? Not yet. I haven't had a chance to do it, but I did put it back here. I'll be honest, I've been non-stop busy since we opened the box, but thank you again to Miss Jessie Starr and Real Ben Feldman for the awesome box of goodies. We did find some time to eat a few goodies, and they were amazing. Me and Kelly both loved all the different tasty cake things. We didn't finish them. We're only gone through 2 packages. And Macy loved the chocolate cakes with the chocolate icing, just like me. Ben B, tier 1, 44 months. And Macy freaked out when she saw the little library, the little bookstore. She was loving that. So thank you very much, Miss Jessie Starr. Nadu says, for the I would like to receive updates and reminders is about you or asterisks. Don't know if you check mark it or not. I don't know what the asterisks part was. YouTube is great when I'm working in the office, can no longer access Twitch on work PCs. Oh, so that is a good side benefit of doing YouTube as well. I will say, Nadu, I don't know which area you're referring to exactly. Sender.net is the service that I'm using to send those emails. They're the service that I had to sign up for. So anything coming from Sender.net is going to be fine. It does say something in there about shopping carts or cart notifications or something. I couldn't change that area. But eventually I'd like to set up a store, and then it'll make a lot more sense. Next time I'll include some variety, and I'm glad she was excited when you mentioned the mini brand building kit. I figured she would love it. And you know what's funny? She also got 2 more mini brand building kits over the weekend. We went to Target, and they had the display box, or as I say, display box, but so many people have told me I don't say it right. That has some of the items in the side. She went up at Target. The box had 2 things left in there, and she went up and she goes, "Hey, this is the last 2. Can I?" And the lady didn't even let her finish. She goes, "You can have the box. We're going to throw it away anyway." So she basically got, there was 1 left in there. She basically got the 1 left in there and the display box, for those of you who say it correctly, for free, which is nice. Next time, oh, I read that, yeah. So if you guys are signing up for the newsletter, there's nothing wonky there. There's no third party going to send you anything. That's just going to build the distribution list that I have. Some of you may see that you're already signed up. I did import 25 of you that had signed up for the Halloween Series 1 stickers, which I still need the email on. I figured I'd use that newsletter system to do so. But I imported y'all. So you may get in there and it'll go, we got your information already. And if you ever want out, you receive an email from me and you're like, I don't want this, you'll be able to unsubscribe easily. My Target wouldn't let me take the display box. That's so crazy, Willibard. Maybe get an 11-year-old to ask for you. That might have been the key to Macy getting the box. Well, it's going to be a busy day, gang. I have been busy all weekend and all day yesterday and part of today, not only selling some stuff to bring in some money, but also working on NFT, lots of NFT stuff. I've really got drawn in, starting with our discussion last week about staking rewards for wax and this woofy thing that's coming. I'm going to jump around quite a few different options and conversations today, but if you guys have anything, let's keep it wax related for now. Wax or Funko related for now, and then if there's some other opportunities for conversations, discussions, we'll get to those as well. But this woofy thing, we got a lot happening tomorrow, and if you guys haven't seen it, let me bring it up on screen. I still know very little about this. This sentence didn't finish it. I know very little. Let me go to Twitter, and I'll bring this up for you all to see. But what I can gather from this is there is a meme coin, as they call it. There's a meme coin called Woofy. Now, I don't know exactly what you mean by a meme coin other than it's based around a joke originally. It's now about to be a very real thing. There you go, Caller. Thank you. You need like 75 wax to hit 2,000. Is there something you could sell, Random King? Or could you hit somebody up? Because 75 wax is like no money at all. That's very little. Maybe somebody could send you a few to get you over that 2,000 hump. Because here's what's going to happen. And I'm going to tell you what I know and what I don't know. Here's a chart that shows you they're going to distribute this Woofy token or coin to people who are currently holding wax. Who is they? This gamer meme coin called Woofy, from an organization that I don't know where their money comes from. I don't know how they got started. I don't know. Sorry, I'm changing my window size. I don't know why they've decided to do this, other than what I can tell is having this coin will give creators like myself and games across the blockchain and even other blockchains the ability to have one cohesive thing that's used throughout. Right now you got like Skunky has the Skunky token. I could have created my own token, which I haven't done yet. There are plenty of other creators like, I'm thinking of examples other than Skunky. CV, Cyber Vandals has the CV coin, which we see has value, but we don't know how to get. Anybody could build their own coin. Captain Degen, who comes by the stream every once in a while, has his own token or coin. Yeah, I knew that, Nadu6. I'd actually seen that before. Your message didn't show in the chat because it's held for the political conversation, but you're going to ask some people later. Oh, for the wax. Let me know if you need help, Random King. You need to get that in place today. So anyway, this one meme token or coin can help provide a glue, if you will, for people to use all over the wax blockchain and what looks like to be other blockchains as well. It's very interesting. It could be a big deal. It could be nothing at all. It could be a game changer for all of wax. It could be nothing than something we talk about through tomorrow and then it dies. I don't know. Full disclosure, I did apply to be one of those companies that partners with Woofy. Haven't heard back from him yet, but I just applied like on Friday or Saturday. Saturday it was. So I doubt I'll hear back quickly or even before the thing drops tomorrow. But my thought was, hey, if this is something that can help build all of our collections, our collecting, if it can help creators and collectors, if it can help whatever to bring more to wax and benefit us all, why not? What's up, Finest Funkio? How are you, baby? Hope you're having a good day. Millennium Panda, what's happening? So I figure, why not grab the bull by the horns and let's get some free token if we can. Here's the deal. These charts we see in front of us. If you have at least 1,000 wax in your account, both staked and or unstaked, just sitting in your account, you are eligible to get some free woofie. They'll drop it. They say they're going to do an airdrop tomorrow is the snapshot, and then they'll do the airdrop. That doesn't mean that tomorrow you're going to wake up and this woofie is already going to be in your account. This doesn't even mean that on Wednesday, Thursday, it's going to be in your account. We just know tomorrow is the snapshot. What they're going to do, just like Funko does when they want to see who has the legendaries and the grails and the royalty sets, they're going to take a snapshot of every single wallet and how much wax they have at that time. If you have 1,000 or more, you're eligible for tier 1. 2,000 or more wax in your account, you're eligible for tier 2. 3 to tier 3, 4 to tier 4, etc., all the way up to tier 10 if you have over 10,000 wax P in your wallet. It's Funko Vader. It's a fair concern and or question. I am also hazy on this. What I gathered from a couple conversations I had over the weekend is, as creators like myself with my own collection, Nerds Unite Us, I will be able to offer things, because there will be a bunch of woofie in the world that people can, you'll get it, and then you can spend it as you see fit. You'll be able to go buy things from creators. So no doubt I will create something that will allow you to purchase with your woofie. So I don't know how much you'll get when they do this airdrop. You may get 100. If that's the case and everybody gets 100, I may make something that's eligible to purchase for 100 woofie. That keeps the woofie meme coin in the community. It then gets spent and bought. People will want to use it because it is essentially a commodity at that point, not truly honored by the government as a commodity, but a commodity within the industry. We don't know, and that's what makes this very interesting to me. Is they've got a lot of people interested. I even, after not knowing much, signed up to be a partner as they call it, because there is potential here. They're building it. This is like not League of Their Own, like Field of Dreams. Build it and they will come. They are building this thing. They're going to give people the woofie, and then they're going to give us, the community, the creators, the ability to take that as a payment. What we do with it is up to us. It's kind of like when Apple first built the App Store. Here, this is something people can put on their phones. You figure out what the app's going to be. You want somebody to be able to read the Bible on their phone? There's an app for that. You want somebody to turn on the mic and tell you what song they're hearing? There's an app for that. It's going to be up to us to build this first stage of what woofie is. Then these folks who have raised all this money, which it will bring them in a bunch of money because it's going to get spent out in the community and we'll be able to use it for things. They could build their own game. They could build the mechanics for you purchasing skins within a game. They could build all kinds of stuff. Why not at least take it for free? You could turn around and sell it to somebody who wants it. It is, yeah. It won't be my money. It'll be the money of the woofie folks, whoever's in charge of that. They are being, I think, purposely vague at this point. The beauty is they're not asking you to come in tomorrow and spend $100 to get $100 worth of woofie. They're just saying, and this will benefit all the wax, hold wax in your account and we'll give you this thing for free. So like I looked today, wax has been hovering between 5.5 and 7 cents. It's actually up a little bit today at 0.581. This may help push it up more in the upcoming days. I don't know. I imagine a lot of people are taking action today. Here's the beauty of it. Like I said, you don't have to spend $100 tomorrow. I don't represent this company. I'm not a partner at this point. I'm just telling you what I'm doing. It's not financial advice. You do what you want. If you have 950 wax P right now, you're not eligible. If you have 1,000 by tomorrow, so another 50 wax, or like, what is that, 25 cents? You need to grab it so you can get some free woofie. If you're at 9,500 wax in your account tomorrow, why not grab 500 more from a friend or off the market or whatever, sell something so that you're eligible for tier 10 tomorrow. They also have for those of you who partake, and I can't believe I actually went in and did it, you can go into Discord, you can join their community, and you can become a founder by joining the right group in there and taking the right actions. What will that grant you? No clue. Don't have a clue at all. It's free though. Why not do it? And I'm not giving them my credit card information. I'm not giving them any money. I'm not buying an NFT. I'm just getting something for free just for holding wax and taking a couple actions. So I figured I would share that with you guys. Finest Funko, thank you for 500 biddies. Appreciate you, Finest Funko. So again, not financial advice, but I figure the real question here, the theme is why not? Why not grab some Woofy for free if you just have to do these very, very simple things? And that is just shore up your accounts. See what you got. Here's what I did. You guys may, if you, whoops, that's too early. I did not mean to do that. I'll get to that in a minute. Way to go, Sully. If you check my account in the upper right-hand corner, you'll see I have a lot less wax than I normally do. Why? Because I took my wax and I moved it around. I had, in total, between my wax in my account and the wax P that I had staked, I had over 30,000 wax. I like to hold the wax because if wax ever takes off, my investment will pay me back. I also like to be able to purchase things like NFTs for redeemable Funko Pops. I like to have some on standby so that I can buy it, so that I can grab those pops when I see them go down in price on the secondary market. I had over 30,000. So I made sure to keep over 10,000 in this count. I have 5,800 plus another 6,600 staked. Hey, Columbiad Cannon, how you doing? My name's Sully. Welcome. Thank you for joining. I moved 10,000 wax to another account I had, and I moved a total to make it over 10,000 wax in Kelly's wax account. So instead of 30,000 wax in one account that only yields me tier 10, you can't go beyond tier 10, I now have 3 accounts that are at tier 10. After tomorrow, not tomorrow, they're warning everybody about this. Don't move it during the day because we don't know what time the snapshot is. After that, wait till Thursday. Move your wax back to where you need it to be or want it to be or whatever you want to do. That's the end of the Woofy story as I have it right now. During this stream, I could receive an email from them or they could say, guess what? Nerds Unite Us is now a partner as well. I don't know what that'll mean. We'll find out. Or they could ignore my application because I don't know why, whatever reasoning they have. And we may just all be bystanders and all this and watch it happen, and we'll have our Woofy to spend as we want. I'll still be able to accept Woofy as a payment. So I may very well have something for you guys within the week that you can spend your Woofy on that you'll have for free. And then I accumulate Woofy that I can spend on what I want. So keep an eye out for that. So here's the second part of this conversation. I'll go big for just a minute here. Thank you again, Columbiad Cannon, for the follow. And let's see, I had another one as well recently, and that was Wes Martin. Thank you for the follow as well. Here's the other part of this. Last week, we learned something very interesting. Some of you already knew. I didn't, or I forgot. Clearly, I have not been using my wax as smartly as I could have. This is very similar to if you've got cash on hand, if you've been you're getting your paychecks and you're keeping some, you've sold some things and you're keeping some cash, you shouldn't keep it in checking. You don't earn much on your checking. You should move it to savings. Cal Aird tells me that right now the market is good and that you're actually earning something on your savings accounts. The beauty of a savings account is you can quickly move it over into checking when you need it and have it for your day-to-day spending. Versus if you put it in investments, much harder to get out. You pay penalties if you get out soon. Stocks, bonds, whatever. Same thing goes for wax. We have in our main account, where we can see on Atomic Hub or MyCloud Wallet or whatever, we have your amount sitting in there. That's the equivalent to your checking. If you want to, you can stake your wax and earn. And you guys helped me learn about this week. So I'll go to MyCloud Wallet and we'll look at it from here. You guys, it came up because somebody said, hey, wax staked also counts towards this Woofy. What is this? I wanted to know. And you guys helped me through it. There is, if you go to MyCloud Wallet, which is think of this as your control center for your wallet. Misty, you wouldn't be able to. Or you would have to go to the market and exchange wax for Woofy. Then you could use the Woofy to make a purchase. Sometimes, if you look at like Skunky Chunks, he has his own coin. He'll take a pool of 100 NFTs and he'll offer 60 to people who have Skunky and the other 40 to people for wax. I may do something like that. I don't know yet. I'm still waiting to see how this Woofy thing plays out before I make any commitments to what I will produce or make available for anyone. Like I said, after tomorrow, this conversation could be over. Woofy could be nothing. Or it could be huge. We'll see. What's up, Port? So if you go to My Cloud Wallet, if you want to, this is the dashboard for your wax wallet. This is not a market. You don't buy NFTs here. This is simply a look at your wallet, a dashboard, your settings panel, if you will. You can go to staking rewards, and over here on the right, you can see how much wax you have staked and how much you're earning. Right now, this fluctuates. Yesterday it was at 8.11%. Today it's at 8.06. This is an estimated annual percentage rate. If you look down here, I told you guys after 24 hours I was going to go back and check. And after 24 hours, I earned, I think it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 1.5 wax off from my 6,600 wax. Now that's not much, but that was 1 day's earnings. Yeah, there you go. Willbard says the snapshot is supposedly at 4 p.m. PST per their Twitter. So that's tomorrow afternoon, but definitely smart to hold throughout the day. Don't transfer anything unless you read the snapshot has already occurred. It's done. If you think you have to move it at 4:01, you're a little insane. I don't think you're going to need to move it that quickly unless you have a very, very important thing to purchase tomorrow. I think you can wait till Thursday just to be careful. But I would at the very least look on their Twitter and have them, if you see something that says the snapshot has already happened, then you're safe to go. But I wouldn't try to move it right afterwards. It doesn't help you. So anyway, thanks to you guys, I went in, I had staked wax. I was able to claim wax I had earned by staking. This is like my savings account. I'm earning 8%-ish on the year. That's pretty darn good. If I leave as much wax staked as possible, I earn. I can come in daily and claim this wax. So for my 6,600 wax, which is the equivalent of, how much is that? I mean, you're not going to get rich off this, but you can start to increase your holdings. 6,600 wax times 0.05, let's just call it 2.5. That's about $347. And what did I earn for that? 1.5 wax times 0.0525. I earned about 7.9 cents on the day. Not much. But if I go in and claim this every so often, I could do it daily if I wanted, and re-stake it into, then I'm compounding my earnings. And if I put enough in there, I start earning more. So I love stake wax, my best return. There you go, off-road. I love it. I did not know enough about this. You guys helped educate me. I love that we learned together here. And now I'm kind of staying on top of this. I'm going to make sure to continue to stake my wax to earn. And in fact, when I get my wax all back in my wallet, my 30,000 wax, I'm going to stake the majority of it into here to start earning my 8%. If I end up with 25,000 wax here, we can say, what is that? 6 into 45 is, let's call it 8 times. It's not 8, but it's close. 8 times means I'm going to be earning over 10 wax a day. 10 wax is definitely going to get me more than that 7.8 cents. That's more like 53 cents a day. That's pretty awesome. I compound that every day, take what I earn, put it back in, and every day that 53 cents is going to climb a little bit more until it's 54, and then 55, and then 50. Eventually, I'm earning $1 a day. Then eventually, I'm earning $2 a day, assuming I keep my wax staked. If you ever want your wax, just like if you want to take it out of checking savings and put it in your checking, you can do that. There's a 72-hour window, I think it is, or is it 48? I don't remember. You can read and figure out. If you unstake, you can take that money, put it back in your wax wallet, and then you can spend it on whatever you want. So you don't want to put every bit of wax you have, but if you have a surplus of wax and you're hoping the value of wax goes up, then stake it and unstake it when you need it. Offroad says, hey, does anyone know why vote drops below 100%? I notice if I click vote button a couple times, it goes back to 100. Apparently, Each day that you don't go back in and vote or use a proxy vote, your percentage drops down. They basically are just saying, you can't set this and forget it. We need you to come in regularly and vote again, or you can use the proxy to vote for you. We need you to come in and take action in order to keep it at 100%. I had done this long ago, and then slowly over time it dipped down to 0. So you have to go back in and take action every so often to make sure that you're staying at that 100% and you're guaranteeing your top earnings. It's one button click and takes 3 seconds out of your day. So just set it as a daily reminder or make it part of your daily routine when you're having your coffee, your breakfast, your morning paper, your morning bowel movement, whatever, to make sure that you're constantly getting your top earnings. It's free. The only hurdle in all of this is keeping your money in wax if you want to do that, and or keeping it somewhere where it takes 72 hours to unstake. To incentivize people to be involved in wax governance, says Zaroba. Yes, that's a really good clinical or book definition. What I couldn't get from the community, maybe you can answer this, Zaroba. What happens when we are involved in wax governance? As far as I could tell, I either go in and vote, which I don't even know what I'm voting for. I could research all these different individuals or proxies, and I could pick something. But what does that even do, really? Or I can pick the proxy votes and let them do the voting for me, and they allocate. But again, what does that do for the community or for me? You're voting for the guilds that keep the chain running. Also a good, and I'm not picking on you, Zaroba. I'm just trying to get down so we have a basic daily. A basic understanding at a very low level for those of us. I'm not a crypto guy. I don't understand crypto well. I like NFTs and crypto is required. So why do we care that the guilds keep the chain running? Shouldn't that be something that just happens anyway? I'm not bad-mouthing. I'm not criticizing. I'm just asking a question that I think a lot of us might think internally, and I'm going, I don't really care that needs to happen, but if I'm going to benefit from it, I'll go in and take this quick 3-second action every day or every few days or even once a week to benefit from it. So if that's what it takes, I'll do it. I hope that's helpful to you guys. I was missing out. Let me claim my 1.5 wax right now. I was missing out on these rewards. And this is just one of several places you can get rewards. I'm earning here. I'm earning on Nifty Blocks. I'm earning on NFT Hive. I'm earning in Waxdow Farms. Soon, maybe I'm earning with Woofy. I don't know. But if you have these items, these NFTs, this wax, any crypto, and you can put it to work for you while you're sleeping, even if it's only earning you pennies, it is at least earning you pennies. If you saw a penny on the ground, you'd pick it up, right? You'd put it in your pocket. Maybe you skip the penny and you say only a nickel would I lean over and bother to pick up a dirty coin. I'm going to be earning a nickel a day soon, so that'd be worth it. Maybe a dime, you look down and go, oh dang, a dime, hell yeah, and you pick it up. Well, I'll be earning a dime a day before long. I think there are specific topics they vote on. If I pick a proxy, then the proxy gets to use my vote strength to vote their choices. Again, understood, great clinical definition, great book definition. But why do I care as an individual? Again, I'm not harshing on anybody. I'm just trying to break this down for the everyday man, woman, person who's like, why am I doing this? I imagine I could go in and vote on each topic rather than use a proxy. Not sure, just my assumption. I think those are fair assumptions. That's the way it seems to be set up. I'm not even going to try to understand it. I don't think it benefits to me to understand it. As long as I can say proxy, do the thing, and get 100%, I'm going to say proxy, do the thing. It's free. Just click a button if you have the time. Okay, so that's Woofy and that's staking. Two very important things that could end up earning you a lot in the long run, or could be absolutely nothing. There you go. You're with me, off-road. I love it. Okay, we talked about the newsletter. If you didn't already see it, it'll come up in the chat every so often or down below. If you're like watching on your TV or mobile, or if you're on the, something other than your mobile device, there's a QR code down below as well that you can scan to sign up for the newsletter. I will be sending emails about like when I'm going to go live, when I have an NFT drop or a blend or something special's happening. Hell, I may even use it to go, hey, reminder everybody, this Funko NFT project is closing tomorrow. Don't forget to do the thing. Don't forget to sell your epics and open your packs and make sure you don't have anything. Do all that. I may send those emails as well. And then you, the community, can go, Sully, those emails are not helping us. That's just clogging up the inbox. Stop doing that. I'll hear you. I'll listen. I'll make the necessary changes. But I feel we have a huge hole in all of this, and that is communication and education. Zeroba said a guild is only removed if it gets voted down below the top. It was asterisk out there. Don't need to be familiar with how a chain works, but you should use a proxy that is someone that looks into guilds and votes well. I took the community recommendation and I used the proxy HODLWax.io Pro. I hope it's a good one. Thank you, Justin. Yeah, you guys let me know if there are other ways we can use the newsletter. I personally like to put everything out on Twitter, and I'll continue to do that. If it goes in a newsletter or an email to you guys, it's probably already going to be on Twitter. It's a lot easier for you to follow me on Twitter, in my opinion, but I know that emails still hold value, as silly as it is of a thing, compared to Twitter, in my opinion. It's another way to communicate with everybody about all these fun things. I think a lot of you are probably missing out on my drops and blends because if you're not here, if you're at work or doing whatever, you don't know what happens. If I do put something out on Twitter, you may easily miss it. An email, chances are you're going to see it. I don't know. I see most emails, not all. There are plenty that I skip over. Free NFTs through the newsletter? It's possible. I mean, if anything, I might have free NFTs you wouldn't have known about unless you got the newsletter. But I also could just make one that says, hey, first 50 people to click on this and jump in here can claim a free NFT. It might happen. Speaking of free NFTs, this is a perfect segue. Thank you, Nadu6. I already gave you guys a preview because I'm an idiot. But if you guys don't know about this project, I talked about it on stream the other day. I'm very hyped on this. I think it's a lot of fun. Saturday, I had the pleasure of sitting in on a roundtable discussion thanks to NFTopia and Consumer Break. And before I got to chat on the roundtable discussion, Matt from Drawn Company was in there. Last week, he had this really fun project that I'm going to warn you right up front. It's not for the faint of heart. You have to be one of those rare few breeds of people that can read and follow instructions. If you think you have that superpower of being able to read and follow instructions, this is for you because you can get something really cool for little effort, little money. Not expensive. Drawn Company has this, they called it their most pointless of magical quests. Here's the map for it right here. Is there any audio? I don't know if there's any audio. And you could build or craft a sword of power. A one of one. Each one of them is unique. It's a PFP project, but a very unique one. I personally love this project. And hey, what's up, Buzz King? And this art. I think it's so fun. I've already been a fan of Drawn Company and what Matt's doing for quite a while. If you guys don't know, he does like the office environment themed action figures and posters and stuff like that in NFT form, but this was something unique he did, and I'm also a He-Man and She-Ra fan, so this kind of right up my alley. You could go in, take a few actions, going through some, we'll call it complicated steps, and acquire a sword of power. We can talk more about the actual steps in a minute, but I got mine. I claimed my sword of power. I was number 9 in the list. There's 169 total possible swords, each one unique. If you know anything about PFP projects, you know they are generated using a series of bits and pieces. So they make a blade, they make a hilt, they make a little stone that's in there. They have different colors and different effects. And then once you generate your PFP, it pulls together some random parts and says, here's the thing. It's like if you went up to a gumball machine and the gumball machine had the gum like a generic white gum piece, and then had a bunch of inks and patterns and colors, and it put that together at random and spit out a cool gumball randomly to you. That's what this is. There won't be another one like it in the world. It's unique. There are different rarities. You may end up with the rarest of swords. Mine's kind of not that rare, but it's still very cool and original. What got me, above all else, I wanted to do this, right? It cost me about $10 in 10 minutes to craft this thing, in total. You might already have some of the components, and it'll be less expensive for you. I didn't have any. Speaking of He-Man, finished the new Netflix Motu season, and all I will say is, oh my God, I need to watch it. So I did the crafting, I received this. Like I said, it took me about 10 minutes, about $10. It was a fun little activity to go through, and oh, I'm going to talk about that finest, for sure. Thank you for bringing that up. X Mondo. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. I'm totally supporting everything they do. Yeah, I'm very, very hyped on that. Thank you for reminding me, finest. I just added it to my list. We'll get back to that. So you can craft this. You can go in and do it right now for free. What really got me about this was something I hadn't seen in a while. If you go bother to read the attributes for your NFTs, which I actually do, but most people don't like to read, so they're not going to bother. In here, there's an attribute called ownership. And in it, it says, the holder of this unique generative, that's what PFP projects are typically, generative wax NFT enjoys full ownership of the artwork contained within. That means this artwork is now mine. I can claim it as my own. I can't say I designed it, but I can say I own this, and I can do whatever I want with it. I can break this down into pieces. I can recreate it. I can put it on a shirt. I can 3D print this and sell it. I can do whatever I want. This art is now my art. They have the rights to modify, distribute, and reproduce this asset both physically and digitally. The only limit is your own creativity. I don't know about you, but how many IPs do you own? Do you own something that is yours and you can produce however you see fit? I doubt it. You may be like some of our friends that are creatives. You could be Priscilla and you could have Sune and Toratai, and yes, you've got a thing then. But how many of you own an IP, an intellectual property? How many of you own something like this? Justin says, just an idea for the newsletter, maybe like a Friends of Nerds Unite section or NFT news and something like this. Drawn Company, NFT, Skunky, Pop and stuff. So the news would, yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. I'd love to do that, Justin. I haven't sat down and designed, like, I'm not planning on, well, maybe I should. I used to do a Friday Nerd Foo newsletter, and in it would have highlights of articles we had written during the week, but also, hey, reminder, it's buy two, get one free on Entertainment Earth right now, that kind of stuff. I could work that in. My main thought is to use it to tell you guys about when I'm going to be live and what NFT drops or blends are coming up. But I like that idea. That's good, Justin. So anyway, long story short, I own this IP, and my immediately, although I should have been doing other things, was like, well, if I own this, I got to do something fun with it. And you guys already got a little preview because I'm stupid. How about this? Hoot got the Karen Sword of Power out of the package. He's holding it. He's got his Karen Warrior Princess shirt on. How fun is this? And this, I immediately had to do it. I thought it was so fun. I was like, I got to immediately draw. So I redrew the sword. I even took the component, the gem, out of the blade. That's their actual artwork that I essentially copied and pasted in, but I redrew the hilt and the sides and the sword. Here's the deal. I'm not selling this to you guys. I'm making a very limited run. And if you bother to craft one of those Sword of Powers from Drawn Company, I'm going to give it to you for free. But you've got to go take the steps to craft your Sword of Power. Like I said, not for the faint of heart. You got to actually read and follow instructions. Hey, we're here to help you. Drawn Company is here to help you. The whole community is. You can go on their Discord. You can ask questions here. We're all here to help you. So, it's right, Clint? I figured that humor was up your alley for sure. I figured you'd really appreciate that like I did. So, once again, I go over here. I will share this with you right here. Here's the link to get you started. You did get yours, TB420. Beautiful. Beautiful. There's the link to get you started. Now, let me guide you through this process from a 30,000 foot view. I'm gonna back off the screen because looking at the screen's not gonna help right now. Calm your mind. Don't click on the link yet. Just chill and listen to me, and it's gonna help guide you through your process. Yo, JMWSR, thank you for the follow. It actually came up in the chat before I saw that you followed. I don't know how that works. That's cool. So here's the deal. You're going on a journey. We saw the map. And basically what they're going to do is you're going to go to the landing page to get this thing started. It's going to say start here. You're going to perform an activity to get one of the pieces you need. You're going to need, I think it's like 5 or 6 pieces in total that you need. And once you get all those 5 or 6 pieces, yo, Funko Vader, thank you for the follow. Once you get all 5 or 6 of those pieces, you'll be able to bring them all together to create your sword. And you're not even destroying anything. You get to keep the pieces. And at the very end, after you get your sword, if you want to, you can turn those pieces back in and you can actually get wax out of them through this cool little functionality that they built. Shepard Prime, 4 months. Thank you, Shepard. 20 months in total, 4-month streak. Don't want to discount that. So basically, you'll go and you'll start the journey and you'll go over to NFT blocks and it'll go, hey, if you've got these 2 things, you can craft and make step 1 the part you need. That does require you own some pieces. Guess what? We know how to use NFT blocks. You guys are smart. If you need to, you can go out and you can buy the pieces you need. They're like $1.25 a piece for those first 2 pieces. You blend them together, you get piece 1, you move on to step 2. Repeat. Do a blend. Move on to step 3. Step 3 has a couple of extra little steps in there, but again, if you read and follow the instructions, you'll be able to get through it. Don't freak out. Read. It's so important that you read. I will admit, I struggled a little bit as I got into the later stages, like step 4, step 5. It struggled a little bit, but that was on day 1, and there were some issues on the website we were on. The kinks have been worked out there. So again, you go through the steps, you get all the pieces, and your final step is you generate your sword. It goes into your account. You now own that. That is your art. You can do with as you please. You could turn around and sell it if you wanted to on the secondary market. Or you could hold it because there will be some, not mining power, but some earnings that you can make off the sword. All that is written throughout everything that you need here. 10 minutes. If you run into problems, ask the community. Tweet and ask myself or Drawn Company or whoever else did this. Who was it? Not Shep. TB420 said he did his. He might be able to help. TB420, would you say this was a difficult process? Did you run into problems? Before anybody complains and goes, why would they make it difficult? They're testing some things. We benefit from participating in the testing. If you're willing to read and follow the instructions, as I think many of you would, not only do you get your sword now, you get a free hoot. And guess what? There's more. There's something else coming from our friends at Drawn Company. Exclusive to the Nerds Unite. No, not exclusive to Nerds Unite. Based on Nerds Unite. Exclusive to those who are sword holders. Swolders. That didn't sound right. Sword holders. So by doing the crafting and going through it, TB420 said no issue. He's smarter than I am. No issues. And that's not, I wasn't saying you were saying that. I'm saying you are smarter than me. You had no problems. You jumped right through it. Great. There's another resource. We got TB420 there to help us out if we run into problems. So you're going to get a sword. You're going to get a hoot. And another thing coming your way soon. I'm not at liberty to share it. That's going to be coming from Drawn Company, but it's going to be cool. I already know that. So go do it. Sword holders. Oh my, I thought this was a family. Right, Detroit Pop guy. I didn't mean it like that, but that's pretty funny. So you guys go do that. You don't have to do it now. You can do it after the stream today. But you do have a deadline. You got to have this done by the 4th. May the 4th be with you. February 4th, so not May 4th, but you got to do it by the 4th. So you have this week to get it done. I recommend spending the time after the stream today, this evening, tomorrow. Get started. There are some components you're going to have to buy. I think I had to buy 2 $4.25 things, $2 things, and 2 more dollar things. So what's that? $8, $10, $12 in total. You may not want to do that before the Woofy snapshot tomorrow. You may want to do it on Thursday. Be smart about your spending so that you don't detract from your Woofy. Go in there, get it done. Get your free things. I don't have I'll have a Nifty Blocks link where you can claim your Hoot. I don't have that ready yet. I ran into some problems this morning, but the NFT is created. That's why you can see it here. And you will be able to claim it this week. You'll have to claim this before the deadline ends on the swords. I'm only going to give away as many of you who make the swords and can go in and claim it. After that, you won't be able to claim for free. I might sell them or do something with them. We'll see. But I say go get your sword. Now, there are benefits, again, from holding the sword, and I don't claim to be an expert on this, but I seem to recall reading it somewhere in here that once you had the sword, there was a real benefit to it. Was it a wax dowel? Might be a staking thing. Where was it? I saw something on this, and I don't want to lie and tell you the wrong thing. Your Sword of Power PFP will be 100% unique, meaning 1 of 1, and have increased staking power. You'll earn 4 times your staking power, which I assume is a wax dowel farm. Could be wrong. Pretty sure I'm correct. I think if we go over to, and give me a minute here. I think if we go over, Snadu, I think that's the right approach. I think you're entering into it with the right amount of knowledge to be smart about it. Claim rewards. I think if we come in here, we might see a DC for Drawn Company down this side. This is all the stuff I'm currently staked in, which I worked on over the weekend as well. Or it might be DR. I'm pretty sure there's already a Drawn Company wax dowel farm. I'd have to go do more research to find it. I think there is a wax dowel farm or some way that you can earn. I'll ask Matt about that to make sure that I understand correctly, because he and I have been chatting a little bit about this project. I got his sign off on this, on using it. Even though it's my art, the sword, and I could do what I want, I still felt, well, let me talk with the creator and make sure this is on brand for him. Yeah, I will remind everybody again, absolutely, Walking Miracle. I wanted to chat with him and say, is this cool? Because I did make some, the sword at the bottom, I made it look like 3 of the pieces on the hilt, and I had to figure out a couple of things, and I wanted to use the Karen Warrior Princess logo on the shirt. I originally designed my own. He goes, I've got the PNG, I'll help you out with that. He gave it to me. TB420 says there's also 2 other NFTs you're able to claim during the sword process after getting some of the blueprints. That's right. Let me go back to my inventory. So through the process of creating the sword, which will now get you at least 2 more free NFTs. But during that process, you also acquire all these pieces, the hilt, the gems, the blade, all that. And these 2, I love this, that he does this 3D in package. I got an Epic Quest Karen, Sword of Power, Karen Warrior Princess in package. I think it's super cool. I love that approach. It's a very simplified 3D version, kind of like a 3D rendering or concept art, but I love that. I think it's super cool. You get these to hold as well, which may have staking power and or value on the secondary market that you could sell these for. Like for right now, the lowest price this Karen's Nemesis is on the market for is 3,000 wax. Don't be fooled and say that means the value is 3,000 wax. I'm not implying that. I don't want to lie to you guys. It's just that the people who have claimed it, only 28 people total out of a possible 40 who have grabbed this up, realize there is probably a value in staking earnings later on down the road. I was reading to see if it said right here that there were any earnings or staking benefits. I don't see it there, but that doesn't mean that it's not coming or it's not already a thing I just don't know about. I need to learn more. But what I'm trying to get you guys to is there's only 169 of these swords in total if they're completed. I don't feel at this rate they will be. Only 32 people have done it so far. Only 32 people have made a sword so far. See that number right there? That's silly to me. If you can get a thing for a few bucks that will have so much potential Why not do it? The cheapest one of the swords on the market is currently about 1,000 wax or $58. Again, that doesn't mean it's sold for that. This is the black numbers on eBay, meaning that's what someone asked for it. I don't know if any have sold. Let's see. Have any sold? History, transfers, sales, none have sold from that template because the people that have gotten them want to hold them. Off-Road says, you seen the RAR monster tool for... Yes! It's a really good one. I'll share that with the chat as well. If you are interested in Waxed Farms, which means you can take your NFTs and earn tokens like Skunky or CV or Balls from Goofballs or Kush from Kush Dubs, etc., etc., etc. Some actually pay you wax, but most don't. You can earn on the Waxed Farms. And if you want to know if any of the NFTs that are current in your wallet have the ability to be staked and earn, you can go to this RAR tool. Or is it right here? You simply, this is a safe tool. You log in, you connect, and then it'll scan your wallet and tell you with a link, this is stakeable, go here. This is stakeable, go here. It'll list them all out. I actually did this on Saturday or Sunday while I think it was Saturday while I was on the live roundtable thing, and was just clicking on them and started staking a bunch of projects I'd never staked before. I don't know what I'm earning. I don't know what half these tokens or coins mean, but it's free and it could be something, so I'll take it. Thank you very much. What's stopping you from making more swords? I believe at this point, you are only eligible to go through the process and make one sword per person. I think once you claim certain elements, you only get one claim, and then those elements get you the pieces, make the sword. You only get one opportunity at all that. Venture Nix, let's go. Venture, awesome. What did you think of the process? What did you think? Was the process complicated? Did you struggle with any steps? I'm not calling anyone an idiot. I want to set the precedent and set the tone early on that guess what? You may run into a little bit of a barrier, but you can figure it out. You can read and you can go through the steps and you can get this thing. I think the swords are super cool. Just from owning the NFT, I love the art. I love that it's a PFP. Venture says it was really easy. You just had to read the instructions. See? A very rare skill these days. Here you go, Venture. You're eligible for that free hoot, which will go up probably tomorrow. I'll probably get that up tomorrow. I'll put out the details on Twitter. Heck, I may even send out my first email to those who sign up for the newsletter so that you get a thing going, hey, don't forget, you got until there's the deadline coming up on the 4th. Make sure if you got your sword, you get your freebie. And keep an eye out for something from me or from Drawn Company of your other freebie you can pick up. That'll be coming soon as well. We're still working through the details on that. Does that make sense? Any questions on the sword or the Hoot Karen Warrior Princess shirt? Because if not, we will jump over and start talking about some Funko stuff. Actually, we might talk about the thing Finest Funko brought up first, and then go over to the Funko stuff. So, Shepard, long story short, I got a newsletter. Comes up. It just came up in the chat over on Twitter. I'm sorry, in the Twitch chat, and I'll drop it as well in the YouTube chat right now. I know we only have a few people watching, but in case you're interested, ignore where it says envelope. Those were icons that didn't show up. Basically, what I did is I went and found a service that will allow me to do email distribution to people, a free amount that's pretty liberal. Going to allow me to send a lot of emails each month for no cost, called Sender. I think it was .net, Sender.net. I want you guys, if you're willing, sign up for my newsletter. And my ideas are, I want to email about when I'm live as a reminder, because we know we don't all get emails or push notifications from Twitch. Some of you may already be receiving that, and you go, well, that's redundant. I don't need the email as well. Hold the phone. I'm also planning on sending emails for when I have drops and or blends or freebies for NFTs, because I have a feeling a lot of you are missing out. And that'll also have a little bit of instruction with it. Like, hey, there's a blend today. Here's the pieces you need, and here's where those pieces could come from. That's not easy to see on Nifty Blocks and understand always. So I want to make sure you get that information in case you don't have time to come by the stream or watch the VOD. Maybe you're trapped at work. Maybe you're somewhere where you don't have a good internet connection, but now you won't miss out on the thing or the stuff. You'll be able to jump in and get when and what you want. And then also, I want the newsletter and or future emails to become something that's beneficial to the community based on your feedback. I already got a little feedback from Justin saying, hey, what if you used it as an opportunity to truly nerds unite and tell people about stuff going on with Priscilla or with Brian or with Skunky Chunks or with whatever. Yeah, absolutely. I want to do that. Maybe I'm going to use it to go, guess what? Tomorrow's a snapshot for this project. Don't forget these helpful tips. I'll listen to you guys. I'll take it into consideration. I'll keep an eye on subscriptions and unsubscriptions so that if you guys are like, I've had it with Sully sending too many emails. I don't plan on sending too many. I plan on sending a small amount and building up over time. I don't want to overwhelm anybody, but I want to communicate better. And I think an email is better than Discord, Instagram, Twitter, because everybody has personal preferences. TB said, to venture, in case you missed it, in the steps where you're able to find the correct path is where the other 2 free NFT links are. Yep. Venture probably saw it, but if he didn't, that's good, helpful information. Also, at the very end, I didn't go to it, but you can take all those pieces you earned that you won't be able to blend again for another sword, and you can essentially put those into a blend slot machine, and it'll spit out some wax. So you can get paid wax at the end for what you brought in. That's a step I didn't go over, but it's all written out in there, so hopefully you saw it. Let's talk about the thing that Finest Funko came by with. I thought this was pretty interesting. There is a new company that was formed and announced just yesterday, and that company is called Mutant, made by Mutant. Let me go to the article first. Here we go. Elijah Wood. You guys know Elijah Wood. I don't know if you know this, but he's really big into horror films and started, he has a production studio that produces horror films. He was in one called Cooties, I think, or something along that line, that's based like on zombies. He's in it, but also produced the film. He produces a lot of horror. He's into that stuff. Also, that company, along with some former founders and artists and team members of Mondo. If you guys remember, Funko bought Mondo a couple years ago. They went in, unfortunately, and gutted a huge chunk of that company after purchasing, like a year later or within the year. They gutted original founders, artists. There was even a poster at last year's SDCC honoring those who were lost due to that activity by Funko. Anyway, Elijah Wood, Spectrovision, and the guys that were co-founders and workers at Mondo have come together to form Mutant, made by Mutant. And what it looks like right from the get-go is they're going to pick up where Mondo, I won't say left off, but got away from. Oh, really? Callard, I didn't get that, and I use a monitoring tool for that. That's interesting. Well, it's good to let them know on Twitter or something. They may not be aware. I mean, I don't think they designed their website to take advantage of anybody. I think that was just an unfortunate byproduct in something that they've done through maybe their, they have a new website. So maybe whoever built it messed up something or did something that's not being received well. Anyway, they've come together and they're going to be making new albums, vinyl. I don't know if you guys know that Mondo made vinyl. And posters, it seems. And collectibles, like figures, toys. The first project that they put out, if we go back to my posts, the first project they put out was announced a few hours ago, and it is a Wonka vinyl album, limited edition. They call it a swirl vinyl. Look at that. It looks like the golden ticket. It's an album cover. The album looks like chocolate. Super cool. The album liner notes has the bites taken out, which I think is really, really cool. There's what the inside artwork looks like. I mean, you guys don't know. These artists, they work with the studios. This is officially licensed stuff. They don't just make this on a whim and then try to not get in trouble. This is legit stuff. Hans. Oh yeah, Mondo has made a lot of vinyl albums over the years. I actually own several of the Back to the Future movie soundtracks on vinyl, done by the artists that did make up Mondo. They work with some very well-known artists, and they have their own team members, I believe, that do some of the art. But they go and produce these cool albums. They made one for Aliens years ago that was a clear vinyl with green blood goo, but it looked like acid blood from the aliens inside. So when you played the album, you could see it, or when you just held it up, you could see the blood moving around in there, which I think is so cool. But they're getting back into this. Oh, thank you, Shepard. They're getting back into this with their new company, Made by Mutant. So, look, depending on your take on all this, if you want to say Funko did the Mondo team dirty, yeah, I think that's fair. The guys are out there again now. Made something new. They're a lean startup. They're trying to get something fun going. Here's a great opportunity for you guys to support a small business and some people that, I mean, unfortunately, we've seen it a lot in the Funko and lately in the games industry. Big companies acquire smaller companies. They trim them down in a lot of cases. They trim the fat, which is usually the people that originally founded the company or make too much money. They lay them off, and then they're out in the lurch. Happened to me. They went public. They had to make a lot of money. They got rid of anybody. As soon as COVID started, they got rid of anybody who was making any money. I was one of them. They bought Mondo. They didn't need them for all the components and the pieces that they had, so they lay off, they trim the fat. That's what happened. So these guys are out there trying to do their thing. I think it'd be wonderful of us to support them. Even if you can't buy the albums, even if you can't buy the posters, you can follow, you can like, you can retweet, you can comment, all those things that I always talk about that are kind of like not, it doesn't take anything out of your wallet, just a little bit of your time, and you're helping support an awesome company. Savage says, yep, I own a cool packaged Mondo Netflix Luke Cage soundtrack. I made my first pre-order with Made by Mutant, says Finest Funko. That's awesome. If you ever want to go look back at Mondo vinyl, you can look at some of the previous things that they've made over the years. And you know, this is the same guys that originally created this company. I think Funko, since acquiring Mondo, has put out some of this stuff, but I haven't been paying close attention. There was the Wall-E soundtrack. There's Nightmare Before Christmas. All of them feature unique artwork and really cool albums. There's this one I think was under Funko, the Loki soundtrack. It looks pretty cool. Tron. A lot of it is based on movies and television shows soundtracks, but not all of it. There's Tank Girl, Back to the Future. There's one version of it. Up. They're usually limited edition. Look at this. This one's selling for $108. They are collectibles. Very cool stuff. I personally really like the Aliens soundtracks that they made once upon a time. There's Beverly Hills Cop. I'm looking for other ones I recognize. Was it Rocketeer? Might be. I can't tell which one that is. Oh, there's a cool Jason Voorhees one. Yeah, they've made a lot of cool stuff over the years. So, you guys, if you want to support them, please do. They made really cool figures too. I was fortunate enough to go to Mondo Con. They had 2 or 3 of them back when I was in Texas, and I went to a couple of them. Only opportunity to buy some of the cool artwork that I have in Mondo posters and some of the albums they had at the con first, and I was fortunate enough to be able to scoop those up there. Some of that stuff is worth a lot of money on the secondary market now, the posters and the albums. But if you guys want to support Made by Mutant, there is the Twitter link if you want to go in there. Mondo Funko NFTs would be out of this world. That would be really cool. I still think we talk about it all the time, but with the Funko NFTs, I think they've been doing one standard type of process in NFT. I would love to see them branch out. My first thought was the artwork that Mike Becker and his team put together for the cons and events like Fun Days and stuff like that. I'd love to see those in NFT form, but I agree, Mondo and Funko NFTs would be super cool. And I think, though, one of the problems with all that, and I don't want to badmouth Funko or Droppp or anybody else, but I think through the actions that Funko took as a company, they put off a lot of artists, and I don't think they have Maybe they have a small portion. I don't know what the relationship is like with the once famous Mondo artists that were out there, like Jock. That's a real well-known one. I don't know that he ever wants to work with Mondo now that it's owned by Funko. He may not. Maybe he'll work with Mutant. Maybe we'll start to see some of those really cool posters that we could get once upon a time back again. So that may not be possible. But if there is a relationship with the current Mondo owned by Funko and some of those artists, those would make very cool NFTs. Will they be into it? Don't know. There's still so much hate and anger towards NFTs because some of these artists don't understand it. Or maybe their understanding is one of negativity because they feel like it's going to detract from their fan base. I get it. Totally, Finest. Totally. Like if they made certain cards really cool and detailed and have them be redeemable posters like a Mondo Rare, that would be awesome. Shepard. $1,000,000% think that's something they should do. Here's a side discussion, and again, not a shot at Funko or Droppp. I'm sure some people take that context and say, "Oh, Sully's bad mouthing." No, I'm not. Funko owns Mondo. Why don't we see cool NFTs that get you Mondo posters? Duh, makes a lot of sense. Funko owns Loungefly. Why don't we see some NFTs that get you Loungefly items like bags, wallets, shirts? They have all this cool enamel pins. You didn't know that, Hans? Oh yeah, they acquired them a couple years ago, during COVID, I believe, or right after. And in fact, the last two SDCCs, there has been a Mondo booth within the Funko booth. They have like their own little city at SDCC now, San Diego Comic-Con, and Mondo was one of the elements of that. There's been, like I alluded to, there's been a path and a history now to Funko acquiring them and then letting people go or firing them that were originally the team at Mondo. I hope they would keep it the same, and we would have seen not only cool Mondo posters come out, but also now cool Funko posters done like Mondo, screen printed. But we're not seeing that. Funko bought those companies to kill the competition. I mean, that is part of it. Yes, that is one way, is you can take out your competition, but I don't feel that Mondo directly competed with Funko. I think they were two different tiers. Mondo made high-end posters, high-end albums, high-end toys or collectibles that were at a far different price range and really aimed at, if you looked at the Venn diagram of the two companies, they had some overlap in the middle there. Those two parts of the circle may have had some overlap, but I don't think it was a direct competition. But what they did do was they were able then to expand their business into vinyl albums and posters and high-end toys if they chose to do that. I think their acquisition came at a very risky time, and that didn't pay off. I don't know. I don't know what the finances look like on Mondo these days. I don't think it paid off because that's when the stock price started to go down, and therefore, because you're a public company, you've got to take action. So Funko had to go, what's our business that makes us money? Let's focus on that, and let's leave the other stuff out of the wayside. And I think Mondo was the wayside. I don't even think Funko knows, LOL, says Shepard, about Funko owning Mondo. We need more collaborating with Mondo and Funko brands like Loungefly plus pop bags. Oh, that'd be so cool. Yeah, those are awesome. I think the main reason that Funko purchased Mondo was because of their vinyl popularity going up on it. Yeah, they saw an opportunity, a business sector in vinyl albums that was increasing and still is. I mean, now Target has a section dedicated to it where they work with artists like Taylor Swift to produce vinyl albums. I have a bunch of vinyl albums, so does Kelly downstairs. We listen to them occasionally. It's just such a cool, retro, great sound. It's not your everyday music. It's your Friday night with a glass of wine music. It's high end. But there is a market there. I don't think Funko was able to capitalize on it. Maybe they have plans coming, but I have a feeling that segment of their business was probably sacrificed when they had to take care of things to increase their bottom line. Make sense? Oh, Funko Vader, thank you for the follow on Twitter. I see that as well. Okay, let's move on. Let's get to Funko NFTs. We've been humming around talking about other subject matter long enough. Busy week. Busy next 7-8 days for Funko. As always, I tell you guys once a week, make sure you come over to Droppp and you focus on the diamond. pardon me. The diamond is your checklist and your calendar of everything that's coming up. Look at it this way. You've got 2 sections on your, we'll call it the calendar, the diamond. Redemptions and upcoming. I wish they were all in one with a straight up timeline that made more sense, but this is the way it is. We all just receive information differently. Most importantly, the next date that's coming up is not actually at the top. Most important date that's coming up is down here in upcoming. Tomorrow is the snapshot for WB100. If you are new to the snapshots and you have questions, maybe you haven't been chatting, maybe you've been lurking, don't hold back. This community is made up of people that will support you, not ridicule you. That's what Nerds Unite is all about. Ask your questions. I'll give a quick overview, but if you have a particular question, and I know some of the typical ones that come up, guess what? I don't care if it's the same question I've gotten 100 times. We're here to help each other. That's what we do. So if you have a question, please drop it in the chat, whether it be on Twitch or YouTube, whatever, and we'll help you through it. If you think it's stupid, it doesn't matter. We're not going to think it's stupid. Some of these things make sense, some don't. It's important to read, but it's also important to ask questions when you have problems. So WB100 Snapshot is coming up tomorrow. What does that mean? Top priority for you. Come over to the radar, as I call it, the sonar. First ever snapshot, right, Shepard? Okay, well then this might be helpful to you. I mean, I think you know it all for this. You've been watching long enough, but maybe something, I'll remind you about something you forgot about. Go to the radar, go to WB100. Check to make sure, go to Redemption Tracker, upper right. Make sure that you don't have any packs that you need to open. That you can see under catalog. I don't have any WB100 packs here. If you do have packs, you need to open them or sell them before 11 a.m. Pacific tomorrow. That's when the snapshot occurs. Right after 11 a.m., the value of packs and epics and legendaries and grail NFTs will all plummet. Why is that? They are deemed to have no value by the community. I think it's silly because people are really overlooking the fact that these are digital collectibles first and foremost with a physical collectible byproduct or bonus. They're ignoring it. There's a whole market of digital collectibles that are highly undervalued in my opinion out there. But anyway, if you have packs, open or sell. Don't forget, these packs may not be limited to here on Droppp. You might need to jump over and check your inventory in your Wax wallet as well, because remember, you can transfer from Droppp to your wallet. Come over here, check for WB, or just look up Funko, because they smartly did put Funko in the title of all of their different NFT projects. Make sure you don't have anything over here in the WB100. You might have a pack over there you forgot to transfer. I don't see anything. Let's double check that we have the collection name right. Was it WB100? Yeah. I don't have any packs. I just made sure. If I did, I need to open or sell them. I think I waited too long to sell my WB Epic. Fourth Curator, it's a tricky one, right? I kept a couple, and I think I waited too long as well. I've gotten to the point now where I think I've waited so long, and we'll look at the chart in a minute from Poppin' Stock, that I might just complete another Epic royalty set. I'm kind of teetering on, do I want to spend? We'll see how much I need to spend to do that. The zeros are O's in that name, right? For 100? That's an excellent question. WB, yeah, look, here it is, in case you need to look it up. It is WB100. That's a really good call out. That's the collection name right there. Not a link. It won't do you any good as a link. Here is the link to the collection on Wax. That's a very good call out. Yeah, be very careful with that. Another way you can double check this to make sure you don't have any packs is you can go to this templates area or click on this, and it'll tell you of this, you own this many templates. Like if you hover over it, it should say I have 0 of those templates. Where is that? It's normally on there. I'm not seeing it right there, but you can double, triple, quadruple check. Make sure in your wallet, like you can take this right here, copy it, go to your inventory, go to collections, hit paste. Nope, nothing coming up. Nothing coming up. You can also go up here and just go to pack. If you don't have that many packs in your collection, you can double check, or you can type in regular or premium. There's a lot of ways you could filter this data to make sure that you don't have one of those that needs to be open. The collection is badged too. That helps. Yep. Just to clarify, if I have a legendary, I just keep it in my drop wallet, and once the snapshot happens tomorrow at 11 a.m., I get my coin. Yes. Yeah. So let's look at that. I have some too. So right now I have a Lola, 3 Lolas actually, 1 Porky Pig, and 1 Roadrunner. So I can count on the fact that I know I'm going tomorrow. They'll do the snapshot at 11 a.m. Pacific. Exactly. So you have up till 10:59 and change to get everything in order. You could still be buying legendaries or Grail NFTs today. You could still be buying the components you need for a royalty set today, all the way through 10:59 tomorrow. I don't recommend you do it that close to the deadline. You need to get that shored up tonight or early tomorrow morning. But whatever you have in your wallet after 11 a.m., not exactly at 11 a.m., after 11 a.m., the snapshot does occur at 11, and then after that, about an hour later, they will deposit the coins. So at 11:15, don't be pinging drop and where's my coins? Just chill the hell out and wait. This is to all the people who don't know how to chill. And your coins will eventually get deposited into the location that you were holding legendary, Grail, or a royalty set. I recommend you keep everything in drop that you're going to get the coins for. Why is this important? They're going to give you the coins, and then you have 30 days from the time you get it to go in and finish the checkout process. If the coins are deposited into your drop wallet, you get a nice little notification up here that you need to take action to exchange those coins for the deliverable figure. If they're in Atomic Hub, you will get no notification, no reminder. That can be dangerous. Not everybody's going to remember to then move the coins they get over from Atomic Hub or whatever wax site you use to drop. So just keep it in drop in the first place and benefit from this extra little warning signal that you get. Hope that makes sense. So we looked at catalog. Let's look at redemption tracker. This is the easiest way to look at it to me. Tomorrow, I will receive, unless something changes between now and tomorrow, unless I complete another royalty set, I have 1 royalty set completed. I'm going to get the royalty NFT, because that didn't exist till now, and the royalty coin. They won't be the same mint number. I get to keep the NFT, but I'll eventually have to turn in the coin, which will be burned. Hope that makes sense. And I will receive 5 coins for the NFTs that I already have, legendaries or grails. I don't have any grails. Now here's the thing. All that is in drop. It's very clear for me to see. Some of you may have been moving things back and forth between your wax wallet and your drop wallet. It's dangerous. Hopefully you've been keeping tabs on everything, but in case you need something to kind of tell you where you're at with all of it, go over to Poppin' Stock's wonderful site. Go to WB100, click on it right there. Scroll down, and just for a bird's eye view here, before we get into the weeds on checking your royalty sets, you can complete a royalty set from scratch right now for about $87. It had peaked a couple weeks ago at $107. I thought we were going to see this go up to the very end. It was a temporary peak and has since dropped. And now we got as low as $82.61 2 days ago. We're seeing a little upturn right now. We may see that continue to go up, or we may see that drop even lower between now and snapshot tomorrow. It's up to you to determine, do I sell my extra epics? Do I complete another royalty set? Also be reminded, this royalty set is not a Freddy. It is, what is it, Daffy Duck as Pennywise? I think that's what it is. We don't have to memorize these things. Let's go to digital.funko.com. Be armed with this knowledge before you jump into it and go, oh, I'm going to get another Freddy. You're not getting a Freddy at all with this drop, for whatever WB and Funko decided not to do it. The Daffy is Pennywise. It took me forever to remember that. But here, if you want to look at the redeemables, I'll drop this link in the chat for anybody that wants to, brush up on their knowledge. Guy, what's up, Guy? Welcome back to YouTube. Thank you for watching again. There's the link for you as well. I'm sorry that I don't always remember to put it in YouTube for you guys. I don't mean to treat you as redheaded stepchildren, but I sometimes forget. There's the Grail. Wile E. Coyote is Batman. Remember, you can still go buy the Grail right now and get the coin tomorrow. You didn't have to pull it out of a pack. You didn't miss out on the drop. I hate when people say that. So great question, Punked. we can look at some of that on a previous project. The question is, do the coins usually get more expensive after the snapshot? No. In fact, for most legendaries at least, I can speak to legendaries and royalty sets, the coins seem to hover around the same price or actually come in a little lower than did the NFTs prior to that. I don't look at the grails so often, so I can't speak to the grails, but it's not 100% either. Sometimes the coins actually go up in value. Sometimes once they reach the physical product arrives to you, the physical product will go down in price, or sometimes it goes up. I want to start doing a series of videos on that. I just haven't had the time. I've been so busy with other things. But there's the Grail. Wile E. Coyote is Batman. Lola is one of the legendaries. She's the least expensive one. Bugs as Morpheus, legendary. Porky Pig is Robin, legendary. Roadrunner is the Flash, legendary. I believe he's the most expensive. That's my favorite one. And then the royalty is Daffy Duck as Pennywise. Now, I don't expect much out of this pop, performance-wise. Horror is good, but the mixture of WB 100 horror is an interesting one. I don't know that it'll resonate with horror fans in the same way. Having said that, let's go back to Pop and Stock's website. Of the 1,900 total possible royalty sets that could have been completed, and remember, this was a pack sellout. We see no yellow up here to indicate there was a burn. This was a sellout only. Where'd it go? I jumped down too far. Only under 1,300 have been completed. That's a significant drop-off. So what we're looking at here is, I don't think another 40-something are going to be completed by the snapshot tomorrow. I could be wrong. Let's just call it 1,300. We'll round up. That's as many of that pop as is going to go out. So if you're asking yourself the question, which I always do, in a year, in 6 months, a year, 2 years, will this Daffy as Pennywise, limited to 1,300 pieces, because that's what it'll be, will it be worth more than $87.72? My gut says yes, because I think in time, this whole hatred towards the NFT process will die down, and people will start looking at these pops for what they are. The only true collectibles that Funko makes now aimed at collectors, not toys. I came to this realization the other day. Funko is turning into a toy company. They're already very much there. That is different than a collectibles company. So if you want to buy something from Funko, you're not often going to see very limited numbers. Most often it'll say limited or Funko Shop exclusive. You might get a numbered item at a con. That's still pretty rare, maybe one per con. The only true collectibles from Funko now are the NFTs. They're the only ones with numbers on there. And I think in time, the collectors of the world who can get over the NFT thing will start going, oh man, I love Pennywise. And to complete my Pennywise collection, I want to get that Daffy as Pennywise. I didn't get in on the NFT thing. They always have to put it as some kind of angry, snarky comment. I didn't get into the NFT thing. Now I want to buy it. It's limited to 1,300 pieces. There aren't a lot on eBay. I don't see them at the cons very often, and when I do, they're pretty high price. I'm going to have to pay to get this added to my collection. What are they going to pay? Is it going to be more than $87.72? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. It's just going to take some time. It's good for those of us who are diehard Funko collectors, though. Yay us, I agree. Or just, not even diehard Funko, but just collectors of things in limited quantities. That is when you think about a collector, when you think about value, the things that have the most value are typically hard to get, limited, and you can prove they're limited. All these things are true when we talk about Funko NFTs and the pops. They are not true for an item from Funko Shop that says limited. We don't know the number run on that. That number could be 10,000. You can see it everywhere for sale. How often do you see the Funko NFT pops for sale at a convention? Not that often. We've seen it more over the last year, but still not that often. Reality will sink in eventually, and people will be like, oh dang, those were really limited. Ben said, I missed the memo you got live on YouTube now too. You did, Ben? Well, welcome. Here I am. Nadu said, the thing that I'm seeing is people don't hate the physicals. What they seem to have a hate for is the process. Yeah, that is absolutely true. So we should get the physicals and charge a pretty penny for them if we put them on the market. Yes. We're getting done dirty by eBay. Not eBay, the company. We're getting done dirty by the people that sell on eBay because they are valuing the pops based on what happened to the digital collectibles. They're saying, well, the coin for the royalty set for that one was around $100. The coin was around $100. I'll sell it on eBay for $100. Don't do that. Don't do that. You're killing us all with that activity. Sell it for more. You did the work. Your time has value. That pop, we shouldn't be going under $150 for, but it's the race to zero. Over and over again, we see the race to zero. One guy has to outdo the other one, has to outdo the other one to get the quick, fast sale. Eventually, the quick, fast sales are done, and then what's left on the market are people that were real collectors or people that were long-term holders. That's usually where we get paid. And although people laughed at me on Twitter, at least one specific one, and said, waiting a year, that's silly. Well, guess what? I just sold a pop today for $650 that I got for, it was one of the things from my box of fun years ago at a fun days. I've held on to it for 10 years. It cost me about $15, and I just sold it for $650. Good return. That's a very good return. I'm very happy with that. Laugh it up, Fuzzball, about the year thing. You don't know what you're talking about. Ben Feldman says, agreed, Nadu. People don't hate the physical toys. They hate NFTs and the process involved. They need to get over it. Just because you don't feel comfortable with something or understand it, that doesn't mean you need to hate it. You either need to accept that that's not for you and just go, oh, wait. And I see plenty of people say that. Those are the good ones. Or you need to say, guess what? It's worth me learning. I want to be involved in this. Where's somebody that can educate me? And then they come to the stream or they watch a YouTube video or whatever. The hate needs to stop. There's so many royalty Freddy Pops that would be worth 2 times as much if they were at fun days instead of NFTs. 1,000,000%. That divide between a Freddy fun days and a Freddy NFT, I think will fade over time. I think it'll fade over time. It's just going to take a while. The world will become more comfortable with the term NFT, with digital collectibles, with the process. Just right now, we're still on the cutting edge. Even though we're 3 years into this, we're still on the cutting edge. I wanted that, Freddie, and I came here to learn. I'm proud of you, Fourth. I got off on another tangent, but let's get back to it. We're talking about the WB100, $87.72. Now, if you're watching and you're like, well, I don't. Let's see. These epics, they're worth this. How much is it? You don't need to do the math. Click on the clipboard, put in your wallet addresses. Now, this is going to also be helpful for those of you who had some items in your Wax wallet and some in your Droppp wallet. Put in both of your wallets if you think you have some in both. What this is going to do is your wallets are public, meaning anyone can look at your wallet and see what's inside. This is all part of the blockchain process. It's what makes this transparent and makes it so that we know for sure Funko is not selling NFTs directly from their account at inflated prices. They're not giving away half of the NFTs to celebrities, which really seems to bother a lot of people for whatever weird reason. We can track every NFT. It's all visible. So I'm not even logging into my accounts. I'm simply putting them in, and Pop and Stock looks at my wallet and determines where I'm at. This is interesting. I have, of the 75 required NFTs for royalty set, which is one of every common, uncommon, rare, and epic. You don't need to worry about legendaries. You don't need to worry about one-of-ones. You don't need to worry about grails. For some reason, that part gets really confusing to people. Think about it from the perspective of, I need the NFTs that don't have redeemables and aren't one-of-ones. That's the commons, uncommons, rares, and epics, if that helps you. I have 29 of the 75 in my wallet right now, in addition to the one completed set I already have. So we're ignoring the one set I already have. That's a royalty set's done, ready to go. I have 29 of the 75, meaning I'm missing 46 cards. Now, looking at that, you go, you're missing a lot. I'm really not. I'm missing a bunch of common, uncommon, rare. The epics are what we care about. I'm missing 10 epics, and it would cost me $64.32 to acquire those right now if I bought the cheapest one off of the market. And that includes both Droppp and any of the wax markets. I also have 13 extra NFTs with a total value of $8.67. That's good to know. I could sell those and then use that money to help complete my next royalty set. Or if I'm not going to complete another royalty set, just sell those and bring in close to $8.67, probably. Come on down here to the bottom and you got a checklist of everything you're missing. Here's where the problem comes in. There are 2 epics. See all these epics down here? These are the gatekeepers, I call them. Epics are all that matters. The rest are necessary, but the epics are, that's what you have to focus on to know if you're going to be able to complete your royalty set or how much it's going to cost you. We got some $4, $7, $5, $5 and a quarter, $5, $4, $3, $4 and a quarter. Here's the problem. Epic Tweety Bird is Velma, $11.17, and Wile E. Coyote is Cyborg, $13.39. These prices were higher the other day. They've actually come down. And why are they higher? There's only 6 Tweety Birds on the market right now. Only 6. That's not a lot to work with. How this happens every time, and I don't know if it's sheer randomness or if it's because people liked the Tweety Bird as Velma and they're not willing to part with it. I think there's a little bit of both. Wile E. Coyote is Cyborg, $13.39. It's the most expensive one. There are even more of those on the market. Why is that the most expensive one? Supply and demand at work. Supply is low, demand is high, and the people that are holding are smartly not lowering the price too much. Will they lower that price by tomorrow at 11 a.m.? Chances are yes, but it could go the other way. The lowest ones could sell, and all of a sudden there's only 2 of these on the market, and they'll be $40 a piece. It happened with Transformers. It got me on Transformers. I waited too long to get one of my last epics. Good job, Walking Miracle. Currently in the process of selling a few Tweeties. You're smart. You're probably going to get some money for those. What's up, Swarty? Random question. Are 101s redeemable for a physical collectible, or are they digital only? Short version, they're digital only. Long Sully version, the value of a 1 of 1, a lot of people ask this question. They're like, am I going to get something for my 101? The answer is you did. The 1 of 1 is the prize. When you're talking supply and demand, I'll go to the big screen because I always love to do the supply and demand thing. Most of you are like, this guy. The 101s, the supply is as low as it gets. And the demand is, I don't know. Where is the demand? It's much higher than the supply is. You are in the driver's seat if you hold a 101. You can ask what you want for it. And it has value the day it comes out of the package, and it has value way down the line. There's never a physical redeemable for it. In my opinion, there shouldn't be, because how's Funko going to make a 1 of 1? They would literally have to take a proto, produce in like an all-white one, or take an existing one and then spray paint it gold, or spray paint it silver, or spray paint it bronze. I don't think that would be a really good thing to take away from it. If they wanted to give you something for a 101, they should give the protos out to the people who get the 101s and go through the process. But they're not going to do that, I don't think. I definitely want some 101s, but I'm not willing to spend that money because I think long-term there is potential, but it's too big of a gamble for me. If I pull one out of a pack, that's going to be a fun ride. I'm excited about that day. Let me see if there's any other questions. That's a good question, Swarty, and it's one I get a lot. Peking. Oh, let's see. Nadu said, has anyone said anything about digital collectibles? All I hear is negative things to NFTs. Some people make a differentiation, some don't. I think no matter what it was said earlier, that people have an issue with the process, regardless of what you call it. Misty, thank you for catching my laugh it up, Fuzzball. Star Wars reference. Peking says, it kind of feels like NFTs will take off when they no longer use the term NFT. It's amazing how changing a name can affect things. Preach. People change product names all the time. If it starts under one name and doesn't sell, they'll rename it and sell it. And sometimes the branding works. And NFTs have a branding issue for sure. Walking Miracles is currently in the process. Yep, got that. Detroit Pop Guy says, because this was not a sellout, a lot of burn packs might have had those Tweeties in it. Actually, this one didn't have any burns. This was a sellout. If you look back, you can always determine if it's a sellout or not. If you look back on the main page here from Pop and Stock, and there's no yellow bar here indicating anything, because we'll look at Harry Potter as a reference. See this yellow right here? Unsold packs burned by Droppp. 21.77%. If you go to WB, you won't see that. This actually was a sellout. It was one of the last sellouts we had. I think that and Funko Ween might have been the only real sellouts we've had in months. So this one, those numbers are pretty accurate. You could sell the 101 and then use the wax from that sale to get a ton of redeemables. You absolutely could, Peking. But if you pull a 101, I say hold strong and get that money. Unless you're in desperate need, I say those 101s should be worth thousands of dollars. And in the future, they very well could be, because look at the value of protos. They are not even one of ones. They are one of 3, 4, 5, sometimes 10, depending on the era from which they came. Koba said, besides the obvious lines, Marvel, Star Wars, what lines of NFTs would you like to see out and will actually sell out? That's another great question, Koba. It has to do with what I call tentpole licenses or licenses that will move the needle. And you honed in on the two big ones, Marvel, Star Wars. I think further Disney will absolutely sell out if they're not drop exclusives, or if something changes with the drop exclusives, i.e. through training and ease of getting USDC or being able to spend credit cards or wax, etc., etc. A lot of changes need to happen there. But I think Disney, Pixar, if they could get into that, would be huge. Owned by the same company that owns Disney, that owns Marvel and Star Wars. So once Funko can really convince them to get on board with the whole shebang and do the thing right, we could see the floodgates open and we get all those. But what else might move the needle? I think anime. Absolutely, anime will bring in so many people. You got your, I don't know what the most popular ones are right now, but also My Hero Academia is a good one always, and Dragon Ball Z. Pokemon would move the needle and make sense, in my opinion. I think there could be far more use of the digital NFTs with Pokemon, because maybe there could be some Pokemon games that use the NFTs. I think it makes perfect sense. I think sports could be a really good one. We haven't talked about that in the past, but Topps was on. Yeah, One Piece would be huge. Right, exactly, Supreme Ed. Topps was on the Wax blockchain early. They sold packs. Those packs went through the roof, took off. The individual NFTs still do well. Some of them, they still carry a lot of value, because regardless of the time, you've got items in there which are rookie cards and or low mint counts for athletes. So if you were lucky enough to hold on to Shohei Ohtani, or I'll name some of the big sports stars out there, LeBron James, what's the new kid for the Spurs, Watanabe? I don't follow sports as closely as I used to. A Travis Kelce in football, a CJ Rhodes or Stroud, CJ Stroud over on for the Texans. All those, if you put out some NFTs, they may not be worth a lot today, but they could be worth a lot in 5 minutes, a month, 6 months, a year. There's a lot of opportunity out there for sports as well. Wimbenyama, that's it. Jody Reed, there you go. I think those would be the biggest. Nintendo would be huge. What if Nintendo? That's a good call. Funko's been trying to get it forever. They haven't been successful. Apparently Nintendo doesn't like the idea of the stylization of their characters, but then you look and they've got those horrible brick things out there that look crappy as hell. A Pop would look way better. They've worked with Lego. That's not the brick I was talking about. It was another brand. They worked with Lego. I don't think those look all those great. They would perform really well if Nintendo's first soiree into Funko was through NFTs. That would be a game changer for Funko. And nice, Zach Bonner, for good use of the Texans emote. Nightmare fuel, exactly. Yeah, Amiibo, they are a competitor of Funko, but don't let that fool you. Licensing doesn't stop with competition. Does that make sense? If you own a license, you don't go make a deal with a company and go, you're the only company that can produce this often. Sometimes it happens. Star Wars does have exclusivity on action figures with Mattel or Hasbro, whoever owns that line now. But they still make other Star Wars figures with other companies. Just because Amiibo makes Nintendo does not make Nintendo an exclusive license to Amiibo figures. That's something people are often confused about. Even Funko had the Master Toy license for Five Nights at Freddy's and Rick and Morty, but that didn't limit other companies from making it because the Master Toy license gave Funko the ability to approve other companies to make figures as well. I thought the Madden 25 cover with Taylor Swift on the cover art. What Falconer? Oh, I see there was more of a discussion going on. You know what? I want to say something right now to that whole Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift thing. If you have a problem with them showing Taylor Swift, there's something wrong with you. Who cares? I think David Letterman just made a big public announcement on this too. It is silly to me that people are getting up in arms over them showing Taylor Swift. I saw a thing yesterday that Taylor Swift going to those games and bringing in an entirely new demographic and generation of fans, which is true, comes to a value for the Kansas City Chiefs of $345 million. Just her attending the games. Assuming this wasn't a setup by the NFL and the Kansas City Chiefs. Assuming that wasn't all prepared and done as a marketing scheme, it's just pure gold for all the NFL. Any guy sitting in his lounger bitching that Taylor Swift showed up on the screen for 3 total minutes out of a game that's 3 hours plus long, something wrong with them. Just let it go, man. Let it go. Chill out. Take that chill pill that Cal Laird took earlier and just chill. Koba said rookie card NFTs would be crazy. 1,000,000%. I talk about this all the time, and I still need to find my login info, but Topps made E-Topps near 20 years ago. They were into digital collectibles before we knew what NFTs were. You don't like it on my oh, you're commenting as somebody, the angry get off my lawn guy. This is too far in it for it to work as marketing, in my opinion. I believe it's genuine. There are some smart people out there. All it would have taken is one meeting for the NFL. Somebody over there who talked to Taylor Swift at a party and said, you know what? If you are dating Travis Kelce, if that's a thing, if you could come to the games, not only would it be good for his brand, and it may have started as just that, it would also be good for the Kansas City Chiefs and for all of football. What can we do to get you to come to these games? And if that ever happened, if that conversation was even implied, it is genius. Think of the other companies right now. The other, like, if there's a really well-known star, actress, that has a huge following, and they could convince her to date an NBA player and be at all the games. Don't think the discussion hasn't happened. The pearl clutching and fragility is hilarious. I agree. I don't mind her being at the game. Means she isn't singing. Oh, gosh, Cal Laird. Idea for Funko, make rookie pops. Just put a little symbol on the box for rookie year players. Here's another thing. This will be interesting to you guys, and it could. I just had this thought. Did you know, I think this is true. We can fact check it. If I'm wrong, please let me know. Yo, what's up, Prince Paradox? I believe that Fanatics.com has bid. They either own Topps or they have made the deal to own the MLB license for upcoming seasons. So that they are the only company that can manufacture true baseball cards. Fanatics.com also is in bed with Funko in a big way. They've made quite a few exclusives. They get the pops and have them autographed and sell them on their site, etc., etc., etc. They own a huge chunk of... So, thank you, Justin. It is true. Well, if Fanatics.com is in bed with MLB and owns licensing, and Fanatics.com is also in bed with Funko, and Funko's making NFTs, is the gap, is the leap that big in thinking that we could have MLB figures that are NFTs that could also be rookie NFTs? And Topps now has this new thing where they have the rookie patch that actually gets worn on the jersey of some of the rookies, and then that patch can come off and be put on a card that you can get in a pack. What if there could be a pop, maybe even a 1-of-1, that you pull from a pack that gets you the card with the rookie patch? Now you're bringing in 3 big licenses into one, and you're bringing in a huge chunk of people that collect sports cards. Some of them are already collecting pops. Then they come in Yeah, either one would be awesome. Edu6. They come in to collecting NFTs. It could be gigantic. Gigantic. It's so amazing how far we've come with NFTs when it comes to collectibles. Not only Funko, but Hot Wheels. Hot Wheels, yes, makes redeemables. We saw some experiments with what was the figure you guys got that I got screwed out of because of my credit card situation? Where it was on Atomic Hub. You got the coins, and then you earned. It wasn't Mega Man. What was it? I'm blanking. Somebody will have it on the tip of their tongue. We have to realize the NFL is an entertainment business. Absolutely. It's a business first and foremost. For a lot of people, it's a way of life, but it's a business first. Ultraman, thank you. Through Beast Kingdom. Yep. We've seen more than a few, and we will see more. I think Topps making NFTs that also get you cards or Funko Pops and cards, it makes sense and could happen. And then all these people who have been clamoring about how stupid the NFTs are, who collect sports cards, they're going to find themselves in a real interesting situation where they're going to be like, I'm in. I'm going to do it. Okay, we broke off on a tangent yet again. It happens. Oh, I saw a nice comment from Greg. What did he say? Sorry, I got on my high horse and didn't shut up for a while. Sorry, Greg. I don't ever mean to ignore your comments. Where'd it go? Hey, Poppin' Duos, is he here too? What's up, Poppin' Duo? Easier to hate stuff we don't understand. 1,000,000% agree. Okay, where did it go? I saw this long comment and I wanted to read it. Oh, come on. Why am I missing this? Jump said, if you're more upset at seeing Taylor Swift than 1+ hour of commercials during a game, you crazy. Agreed. We have Eminem and Jeff Daniels. Was Jeff Daniels involved with hyping things up too? I didn't know that. Greg said the people who are upset about it need to reevaluate the type of man they are. Their daughters can see them ridiculing a successful woman for supporting her boyfriend. I saw a meme about that today and meant to repost it. I just didn't get back to it. Totally agree. Yeah, it is sad, the example they are setting. Yo, Jace, what's happening, baby? Ryan Thomas says, how excited are you for the fantastic plastic jar? I'm very excited. We're going to get to that in a minute. We just want to finish our WB 100 conversation. I know I'm taking forever, but that was the point of today, was all wax NFT talk. Jump said if you're... Oh, I read that. Funko Addict Tech says, talking about cards, I'm thinking of buying some redeemable Marvel/Funko/Upper Deck cards for the Captain America pop. Supposedly, there are 3 different variants. I'm very interested. Yeah, we looked at this months ago, Funko Addict Tech, and I'd like to revisit that as well in just buying the redeemable cards off eBay, because I believe they were on their way down. And if I could pick them up for $25, $30 a piece, I'm in. I think they were already down to like 35 or 40. Instead of buying a whole box of cards and getting, some has value in there, but most does not. I'd rather just buy the redeemable cards. Maybe I missed it, but when were the Karen Hoots able to claim? I should have them up tomorrow, Ventra, and I will make sure to put out a tweet with the details. So once you have your sword, your golden, it'll be tomorrow at the latest, and I'll put out the link for claiming those. For real, and not just at the same commercial every break, and all of them starring Mahomes and Kelsey. Starring Mahomes and Kelsey. Yeah, 100%. So many dads are enjoying watching football with their daughters. Don't yuck other people's yum. Exactly. But that don't yuck other people's yum is something that just will not get through to people. You pulled a card, Ryan Thompson. Congratulations. That's awesome. Broken swords are still a sword, Falconer. I love them. I think they're hilarious. Yeah, but the broken swords from the Drawn Company collection still count. I don't know what's going on with those cards. The pops for those redemptions were meant to ship out a few months ago, and we haven't seen what they look like. I don't know exactly what's going on with Funko. I won't even pretend to know. What I will say is when a company has to make decisions like they did, laying off people in multiple waves, sacrificing for the bottom line, unfortunately, you often, and again, I'm not saying this specifically about them, but companies in general, I'm trying to be very PC and nice here, you sacrifice some of your best employees. I guarantee they do, because they axe They get rid of high pay. They get rid of some of their best employees. That puts a toll on the rest of them who have to pick up and do jobs for 7, 8, 9 people, which I know is happening. Things slow down. Things slow down big time, and mistakes happen. More and more mistakes happen. So we could be, don't take my words out of context, we could be seeing that here. And eventually they'll get to it. And hopefully it's awesome. And hopefully, I was just thinking of this yesterday, why is there not another wave of those cards already? Probably waiting in the wings until they distribute the first batch. That's my guess. I don't know what's going on. Oh, I read that. Awesome, says Venture. Oh, you're welcome, sir. Have a good rest of your day. Random King, have a good one. All right, let's finish our WB 100 conversation. Let's get back over to this. It's long story short here. Get your stuff in order by tomorrow. Sell or open any unopened packs. Sell epics or collect the rest of the epics, complete another royalty set. Double check and make sure your royalty set is all in one place. That's of the utmost importance. You can't have some of your commons, uncommons, rares, and epics in your Wax wallet and some in your Droppp wallet. They all have to be in the same place for the snapshot. Make sure you take care of all that well before 11 a.m. Pacific tomorrow. I recommend you be done tonight. But if you're still waiting on one of those epics to possibly come down in price, I'm going to tell you right now, it's a big gamble. But you can wait and possibly pick up those remaining epics that you need tomorrow. I just wouldn't do it if I were you. I'd get it done. Is there another NFT drop? Finance asks. There will be one on Tuesday. We're going to talk about that in just a minute. Fantastic Plastic. You know what? I didn't think about that, Shepard. It could be an Upper Deck issue as well. You're absolutely right. What about Dark Knight? Did you get any? I have the box to open today. We're going to do that next. I got the box right here to open of my Dark Knight stuff. We'll open on stream and take a look. So get your WB 100 stuff in order for the snapshot tomorrow. If you have questions, ask them now so we can help you. Shepard, this is your first redemption. Anybody else, if it's your first redemption or your first one in a while and you have questions and you're sitting on them, don't sit on them. Ask them. Want to help you. We have myself and a lot of other great people who are understand this process very well, have lived through it many times. This is probably I don't know how many total drops we've had, but as I like to joke around about, if you need my credentials, those are 3 and 4 deep. Every one of those NFTs comes from a drop. We've probably seen, how many drops do you think we've had in total now, guys, from Funko? Are we like 40? 30? 40 drops? And I've gotten in on every single one except Bob Ross, and that's because of the licensing and the way they treated his family. Not Funko, but the Bob Ross name. Those are my credentials. I'm here to help. I'm not here to keep the information myself. I want everybody to win. Shepard says, I don't have any problems with the delay. I read that. Droit says, just so you know, redemption in card land can take up to 3+ years. It's a very goofy process as a person that has collected sports cards all my life. That's nuts. 3+ years? That's insane. Funko won't be able to get away with that same thing just based off the fan base that is there now. They will get people beating down the doors at HQ if they don't get it handled within a year. And these cards came out at San Diego Comic-Con back in July. So we've already been 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. We're already 8 months in. They better get it done before get some details out by the year marker. It's going to be rough for them. I feel bad for whoever that new social media person is going to be when they have to deal with that. Especially if Funko hires somebody who doesn't know the company and the fandoms, which probably going to happen. Anyway, sorry. A dig I shouldn't be taking. Make sure you get everything ready for your WB 100. That is, if we're looking at the diamond, that is top priority. Next priority after that is going to be Friday, February 2nd. That's this Friday. That's in just a few days. Steven Universe, if you have coins, you've got to get those turned in. If you've been sitting on them, I don't know why, but make sure you turn them in. You can also, and complete the checkout process, you can also still buy coins. I'm not going to do it right now, but go look at the redemption coins for Steven Universe. If you want some of those, I guarantee they're cheap. You buy the coin, you can still turn it in. Even if you've already redeemed other coins, you can do another redemption, and they will mail you those pops. It might be the cheapest way to get these before they hit the tertiary market. Tertiary meaning third, meaning eBay, Mercari, Cons, etc., etc., etc. After all that, 31st tomorrow, 2nd Friday. Then the next big thing on the docket is the next drop from Funko, and we'll look at that right now. If we go to digital.funko.com. And just because we moved away from the redemption for tomorrow, or the snapshot for tomorrow, if you have questions, you can still ask them. I'd be happy to jump around. I saw an email. Funko is bringing back Fanatic of the Month. I love seeing them do this. Yeah, I used to post those for Funko, and I always thought it was such a great way to honor the fans. However, having said that, every time you post one, there's all this commentary that's so unnecessary from the community about the people. We can continue to make that something, Fanatic of the Month, if we actually go in there and like those posts and say, good job, congratulations. There used to be a lot more positivity than there is now. So if we want to see that continue, we need to be positive. Yeah, awesome, Shepard. I'm glad to hear it, man. 54 drops. I've been a part of 53. Well, I cannot believe we're over 50. So 50, is this 54 or is this 55? We've got fantastic plastic and a great question from Finest Funko. Will it sell out? My gut tells me yes on this one. Here's why. If we go view the drop, Funko and Droppp smartly have dropped the pack count. This comes from their assessment, but this is my my personal guess, my looking at it, I think this is true, my assessment. They know Fantastic Plastic is not the kind of tentpole, needle-moving license for the masses. It, however, is for longtime true Funko collectors who understand Fantastic Plastic. If you don't know Fantastic Plastic, and I'm not going to use this word that's coming up in the derogatory form in which it is often intended, especially overseas. The line originally had a different name. This is not my name. I didn't come up with it. I'm just repeating. It was originally called Spastic Plastic. Unfortunately, that name is very badly used sometime towards certain folks of the world. So they changed the name to Fantastic Plastic. But it has a long history of original characters from Funko that were originally Wacky Wobblers and then Pops and then Soda. And this is the second wave of Fantastic Plastic for the Funko NFTs. The first wave did not come with any physical redeemables. It was more of a test process for Funko and getting the packs out there. There are 15,000 standard, 15,000 premium. Now, traditionally, the Funko drops, and this is a Funko drop, not a Funko license drop, meaning it's not WB, Harry Potter, whatever. This is just Funko's IP. That means they make more money, and that means they have more control, which is good. They're trying some different things here. Of course, we have 17 items per premium pack. If you can afford to buy premium packs, I recommend you buy premium packs because you get 2 free NFTs in each pack, as well as you still have the chance for one-of-ones and for coins. So with the premium packs, I think you get more bang for your buck. It's pretty close, but if you bought 3 packs here, that's only 15 items versus 17 in a premium pack. Your other odds on pulling anything else don't change. Possible NFT cards you could pull out. You got the Grail, which is Sugar Bomb the Clown, limited to 999 pieces. Only 2 legendaries, but notice this. These legendaries, there are 2,850 of each available, assuming none are burned. No packs are burned, that this doesn't sell out. And assuming that none are burned, even that, only 2,700 may ship out. Still pretty low number. It's still lower than most anything you're seeing from Funko Shop or at cons. Sans the rare 100 piece or 1,000 piece at a show. You got Juan Calavera as the first legendary. You've got Carl as the other. Remember, for anybody that's new, Grails and legendaries you can pull out of packs. So you can get that card, and you hold that card until Snapshot, which will be 3 months or 4 months after tomorrow. I think it's like May 5th, May 4th or 5th. Then 30 days to turn the coin in that you'll get to get your physical pop. And then they said that this year they're going to increase the speed at which they deliver these. So we might see these, I think the estimated is Q3 of this year. We might see these sooner than we'd have expected in the past. Then, this is really interesting. The royalty set, 2,000 pieces, is lower than the number of legendaries. And this is not typical. I was looking at these numbers the other day. This is interesting. So I'm really interested to see then we should see it by Friday of this week, maybe Saturday, Sunday. The actual NFTs will be on the blockchain. Don't at me with the testnet stuff. I don't believe in testnet stuff. I believe it when it hits the blockchain, the real blockchain. We'll see these NFTs and we'll know how many epics, how many commons, uncommons, rares. And don't at me with the Droppp stuff either. I know they probably said it on Droppp. I believe it when it hits where I can go in and check it. It's going to be interesting to see why 2,000 is the number for the royalty set and 2,850 is the number for the legendaries. What is there anything else different with this drop? I mean, fantastic. Exactly. Is this a good drop to flip packs? I don't think so. But here's how I approach all these drops. Wait till it's yes, Mindy. All of these technically are on wax. But what you're asking me, I think, is this one a Droppp exclusive? And the answer is no. You'll be able to buy the packs on Dropp's website and transfer to the Wax blockchain to do secondary market stuff over there. I believe this one will sell out because you're going to have more real fans in there, and real fans are more likely to collect. Therefore, I don't know if there will be a lot of flipping. What I do is buy 4 packs and watch the market to see what's happening. Sometimes I'll even buy a few more packs a few days later to sit on, depending on what it's doing. Since I got burned on Power Rangers because I thought I understood the market, and then I clearly didn't. I bought a lot of Power Rangers packs thinking I'd be able to hold for value later, and it didn't pan out. Look, I don't know for sure, Misty, but I don't think this is one to do it with. Just my gut. I really want to get this royalty, but have a feeling it's going to be too out of hand. Well, Shepard, I can tell you this. This has remained consistent through almost every drop over the last, so as long as I've been doing this, the last year and a half. On drop day, next Tuesday, the packs are going to go out. We're going to be here on stream. There will be a free NFT for everybody, so make sure you come by. We'll be here on stream, and we'll be watching the pack prices, and we'll be watching the epic prices. The standard way things have been going is we see a spike on everything as soon as it first hits the market. Like within minutes of the packs going live, the packs go up in price, the epics go up in price. And then 20 minutes in, we see the epics start to plummet. The epics will invariably hit a low of $5 to $7. Happens almost every single time. That is when you want to buy your epics. You can say that's even at 5 or 7, if there's 12 of them, and that's $60 to $90. You could say that's out of your range, but I guarantee they're going to turn around and go back up. The question is, will they go up $1? Will they go up $2.50? Will they go up $7, $20? We don't know. But the time to buy is several hours after the drop. Buy your epics up then. Be done with that. Then fill in with your commons, uncommons, rares, and later. It has not failed me once since I started doing that. I have won every time, except for maybe there was one, and I can't remember offhand, where the epics ended up really dumping later on. What was that? Wasn't WB 100. There was one time that really got me. So I'm 90% accurate. Ryan Thomas says, I believe it'll sell out. Detroit Pop Guy says the first glow-in-the-dark NFT pop. Make sure we put that NFT in there. Is it the first glow-in-the-dark? I don't believe it is. Didn't we have something from one of the Halloween drops that was glow-in-the-dark? You guys got to tell me. I don't remember exactly. Somebody saying Halloween was when it happened? Or Halloween had the glow-in-the-dark. Halloween had the glow-in-the-dark, yeah. First Metallic was Squid Games. Blacklight, it wasn't advertised as Blacklight, but we had that for Star Trek, even though they were kind of Blacklight. Pop and Duo says, just checked double the amount of packs compared to the April Fool's drop. Not positive this will sell out, but love the redeemables. Yeah, and honestly, kind of hope it doesn't sell out. I'm on the fence. I hope it sells out for the longevity of NFTs. But the drop post that we got a couple weeks ago, to me, says they're going to be around for quite a while. I kind of hope it doesn't sell out so that all those people who miss out on it will want these later on down the line, and there'll be less of them in the market. Randy says, well, I can still be a real fan and buy extra packs to sell to generate wax. Absolutely. Yeah, nobody's taking that off your plate. Nadu says maybe they feel that's how many maybe will be completed, i.e. this drop isn't going to sell out or mini packs. You're talking about why is the number of the royalty set lower? I don't know. That's a good, I think it's a good test for them. And I'm anxious to see how it pans out. I think what we'll see is the epic value higher than it would have been if there were, say, 2,800 on your royalty set or 3,000. Who does Bat Boy? Question mark, says Misty. He's not in this drop that we've seen, but we haven't seen all the cards. Could they have it? It's not one of the redeemables, but could it be a card in the pack? It could be. That would be amazing. Randy says, and how quickly will they start climbing again? Well, we can look at Harry Potter for that. Harry Potter jumped up pretty quickly after and has started to settle down again. I have a feeling we're in for kind of one of these games with Harry Potter. But we'll see. Yeah, Harry Potter, we'll look at this chart together. It started on day of, and I think I completed my first 2 royalty sets for around 70 a piece, 75 a piece, because I applied what I was just talking about and bought all those epics when they hit $5, $6. It started about $81, peaked 2 or 3 days later at 120, and now is all the way back down to 99 now. So the epics are coming down in price. Where will they go? I don't know. This is a tough one for me because they did burn 21.77% of the total supply, and only 800 have been completed so far. I don't know where we're going with this one, but my guess is that this will get back up closer to 110 at least over time. TMNT was Blacklight too. Once again, they look Blacklight, but they didn't advertise them as Blacklight. And I think that's a premium if you do advertise them as Blacklight to me. Brings people in. That Mosquito and Amber jumped up. Did it? Did it really, Ryan Thomas? Royalty number makes me think less epics and more everything else, says Callard. Maybe, and what a perfect one to test it on, your own license. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out and what it does to the market. And if it changes this plan that I have of watch the epics drop, pick them up, will we see epics come out at a decent price and go up? I don't think so, but we'll see. We'll see. Very interesting stuff. Okay, lot of great information. I do have a box to open. You guys have any other questions, concerns, thoughts? Anything you want to share with the other collectors? I want to sell out in a Series 3, says Tanner. Well, you know what? We got to do our part, gang. I keep saying this, and I know some of you are doing it, but I don't think we're all doing it. If we want Funko to be successful, if we want Funko to get back where it was, if we want Funko and the NFTs to be around for a long time, we can't sit back and let the negative Nancys and the squeaky wheels have own the conversation. We have got to start showing our excitement for these drops. I've been indirectly called out by some of these other fans, YouTube creators, who say, well, you got these people who are always just spitting the positivity and always up, selling Funko and how great everything is. That's not what I'm doing. I am being honest in the fact that I want the value of my stuff to go up. I do really enjoy collecting. I'm just not honing in on the things I dislike. I'm honing in on the things I do like. So you can tell you can say whatever you want. But what we should be saying in public, what we should be doing is saying, this is an awesome drop. I'm excited. I'm buying packs. I can't wait to get I can't wait to complete the royalty. Whatever. Stop sitting by and letting the anger take over. And let's be positive in public and see if we can help steer this ship. I have a friend, a collector, that wants these, but has no interest in learning about NFTs. So I'll be trying to get 2 sets. So how does that work, Chucky? Is this a friend you care enough about that you're going to do this for them for free? Or is this a friend that you care about and you're going to be charging them for your services? Because if they're not willing to go and learn, what's the holdup? Why don't they want to learn? Where's the real barrier? I believe you spew transparency. I love it. Quadrills Art, thank you for the raid with the party of 16. What's up? What's up, Zay? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Guy says Bebop was Blacklight. It may have been, but once again, I hone in on the fact they didn't sticker it Blacklight. We're talking about Funko NFTs. We got a new drop coming in on Tuesday, and that is the Fantastic Plastic. If you guys don't know, I like to help educate people on the Wax blockchain and all the fun that comes with it. I spend a lot of time on the Funko stuff, but it's not all about Funko. At the beginning of today's stream, we talk about Droppp Company's newest project for the Sword of Power, which if you haven't seen it, phenomenal. Go get your Sword of Power. It's really fun. I and Droppp Company are going to be offering some exclusives to you guys who complete those. In addition to getting all the NFTs you get by doing that, I took it upon myself to go have some fun with it and made something that I'm going to be giving away to the community for free as long as you go. Did anybody hear from Quadrills Art? Did you get in on the Droppp Company Sword of Power? Did you make a sword? Did you craft a sword? Because if so, let me show you what I'm giving away for free, and you'll be able to claim tomorrow. Thank you, Misty, for doing the shout out. Zayd, I'm doing great, thank you. Yeah, welcome over to all the Raiders. My name's Sully. I'm a variety streamer, Twitch partner, Gold Wax ambassador, and I want to show you this real quick. Hold on just a second. I forgot I have to, in order to go to the creator tools, I got to go to a different area here. So I have my own collection called Nerds Unite Us. I use it a lot to help educate everybody on mostly the Funko stuff, but on a lot of stuff, and how to get into wax, how to acquire wax, how to get it in your account, how to create an account, how to transfer stuff around, crafting, trades, all that. A lot of you, it's probably like, oh, I got it. I've understood that a long time. But every day, new collectors come in, and every day, I help new collectors understand. And I think we all need to do that a little bit. Here is what I'm going to be giving away for free. If you crafted one of the swords from Droppp Company, and I can share that link for how to do that. I created this because as part of crafting the sword, you get to use that sword art. It is yours. You own it. It's a one of one, a PFP project, and I can do whatever I want with it. So I actually created my character Hoot, who's a little owl who likes to celebrate pop culture and do his Cal's play. He instantly got the sword out of box and played with it. Not what I would have done. I would have kept it in box. I'm gonna be giving these away for free to anyone who takes the time to go craft a Sword of Power for Droppp Company. And Droppp Company is going to also be offering something for free to folks. It's not been announced yet, I don't think. But let me drop the link in here, and if you'd like to jump in on the project, here's where to get started. Read the instructions, follow along carefully. We want to thank you, Sully, for your great work. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That was very kind of you, Guy. This project is not for the faint of heart. I joke about this. It is a joke. It's for people who will read and follow instructions. So when you get into this, it tells you where to start. It tells you everywhere you need to pay attention to, what the next step is. It's all very clearly defined. You just have to go through the steps. What I love about things like this is Droppp Company understands the responsibility. His name is Matt. Understands the responsibility we have as collectors to educate people on NFTs. And so he's putting out this, he calls it a pointless quest. It's not pointless. It's just in the name of the thing, and it's fun. He's educating you on how to use new sites if you haven't used them, like NFT Blocks or PFP Wizard, NFT Hive, how to do crafting, how to do drops where there are required things. And then there's some extra steps in this one, like turning in the stuff that you used to get the sword that you no longer have use for to get some wax back. That will have, I think, a wax style farm where you can stake and earn, and you'll earn more with your sword. There's a lot. Oh, he loves spreadsheets, just like me. That's right, Rand, man. Quadrills Art, it is new for a lot of people. So many people want their hand held through every step of all this, and that's fine. If you need your hand held, some people just can't learn through reading. I get it. I'm not making fun of you, but I am telling you that in order to do this one, you've got to be able to read and follow instructions. And if you can't, at least try reading and then ask good questions. Don't say, this is crap, it's broken. That didn't help anybody. If you can go in and go, Matt, at Droppp Company, at Funny Guy NFT, I tried and I ran into a problem at this step. Can you help me? He's going to be more than happy to help you. You can at me and ask the same thing. I'll be more than happy to help you. But if you come in with a negative attitude and tell people that their project is stupid, ain't nobody going to want to help you. You can just keep those opinions to yourself. You just don't participate. That's how you do that. But I'm going to be giving away the free thing tomorrow, the Hoot. There'll be more from Drawn Company, and I really like working with Matt, so who knows what else might come in the future from that. So Funko Tuesday, fantastic plastic. That's what we were talking about before. I think this is going to be a good project. I think it has a high probability of selling out. For anybody who came over with Quadrill's art stream, if you haven't gotten into a Funko project before, I will be live on Tuesday. This goes live at 11 a.m. on Tuesday, Pacific time. I'll be live at 10:30 a.m. Pacific time. If you're interested in getting in on your first Funko project, buying packs, cracking packs, trying to get the physical redeemables, they will mail to you. They will send you a pop in the mail. It's legit. They do it. They follow through on what they promise. It is fun to collect these digital assets, these digital collectibles, these NFTs, whatever you want to call them. And it's pretty straightforward, but there's some learnings that we've got, and I'm here to help everybody. Come by my stream, set a reminder now, 10:30 a.m. Pacific on Tuesday, and I will have a free NFT for everybody that comes by that you can just take and keep and do whatever you want with. It'll have some value on the secondary market. You can use it to stake in Wombat Dungeon Master. You can use it to blend for some stuff that I'll put out later in the week, next week. I'm constantly trying to educate through all these steps. Shepard says, one more question about the snapshot tomorrow. If it's meant to happen at no, not around 11, exactly 11 a.m. Pacific. I should expect to see it definitely by like 2:30 Eastern. They guarantee the snapshot time. They do not guarantee the time at which the coins will be distributed. Traditionally, they're sent out within an hour. The snapshot will happen at 11 a.m. exactly, no ifs, ands, or buts. Not 1 second before, not 1 second after. That's very important. Be very careful if you're getting into this for the first time. People try to take advantage of people. The WB snapshot is tomorrow. WB 100. That's correct, Josh. People try to take advantage. If you find yourself in the market at 11:01 tomorrow, there's still going to be legendary NFTs, grails, packs being sold at a high dollar amount as it quickly drops. But people will take advantage. Don't fall for it. Make sure you're keeping an eye on your time. Make sure you're not waiting until 11 a.m. to finish anything up. You need to get it done at least an hour before, in my opinion, by 10 a.m. Pacific. But at 11 a.m. the snapshot occurs. Then they bring it into their system. They generate all the coins that need to go out. So if you're holding a legendary, then in about an hour after the snapshot, you'll get, at least for that one legendary, you have a legendary redemption coin that you have 30 days to turn in and give them your address to get the delivered pop later on this year. Same for every legendary you have, even if you own multiple. Same for every grail you have. The one of the things that really trips people up is the royalty set. A royalty means one of every common, uncommon, rare, and epic, which in this set for WB 100 is... I'm going to it now so we can look at it together. Yeah, there we go. For WB 100, in order to get a royalty set, you need 28 commons, 20 uncommons, 15 rares, and 12 epics. So that's 48 plus 27, is that 75? I think that's right. If that's 75, if my math is right, which it rarely is, according to the community. Okay, I got it right this time. If you have one of every one of those, that's a royalty set. They will then issue you, after the snapshot, about an hour later, they will issue you the redemption coin for your royalty, as well as the royalty NFT, which didn't exist. You couldn't get that from packs. So you actually get an extra NFT for completing a royalty set on the market that does have value in the secondary market, but will not, that card doesn't get you a physical redeemable. The coin they give you does. That's something that's often confusing to people as well. Funko Addict Tech says, I want that Grail Batman Coyote, but I don't know whether to pull the trigger on the NFT and wait for snapshot, or try my chance and hope the coin goes for less than the NFT so I can redeem. Or should I wait for the Grail pop to be delivered and then order a mint one off someone on eBay? So many choices. It is difficult to understand or guess. Not to understand, but to guess what's going to happen. Let's look at an example. It's for a grail, right? let's take a recent Grail example and just look at the NFT and the redemption coin and the value. Something that's already been out for a little while and is now on eBay, but not one of the real big projects. Not Elf, that one's out. Not Funkoween, not TMNT. How about Flintstones? Flintstones has been out for a little while. Let's look at that one as an example. This isn't going to give you a definitive answer, Funko Addict Tech, but should be interesting. Let's start with the Grail NFT itself. Let's go back to the templates for Flintstones. It is on the screen. Okay, we'll need the coin in a minute, but let's look at the Grail right here. I'm going to open that link in a new tab. We're going to look at I'm going to do some videos on this eventually when I get my button gear. Let's look at the timeline of Fred. That, if we look down here, we can see all the sales. We look at all. When this one first hit the market, the original Grail coin, or not the coin, sorry, the Grail NFT sold for around $163 was the average selling price on like day one, back in May of 2023. It fluctuated and came down to 108 for a Grail. Why didn't I buy more of those then? Came down to 108, spiked back up a few weeks later to 188. Dropped back down to 137, dropped back down to 107, and then peaked again at 158. So you can say the average, if we averaged all those out, was about $145 throughout the life of the NFT. All right, we'll leave this up. Now let's open and look at the coin, the redemption coin. So for that first 120 days, that chart we just looked at is what we just looked at. Then the coin was introduced to the market on snapshot day. The coin came out. What did it do? Well, again, we're looking at, it was about $145 on average for the first 120 days. Look at there. First sale 128, 120, spiked at 147, came down to 127. So if we're only comparing those first two activities, the Grail NFT versus the coin, you could have got the Grail NFT for cheaper at that 108 day, 109 day. You never know if that's the exact bottom dollar, but it would have been slightly more expensive to buy it in the coin form than the NFT form. Now let's wait and see, what did it do on eBay? Let's bring that up as a separate. And yes, there are other markets. Don't bring Facebook groups into the conversation. None of that can be validated. We're looking at eBay. We're looking at Mercari. You could have bought it on a Facebook group. You could have bought it at a convention, but those we can't look at hard data. Fred Flintstone Grail. Let's look at what it sold for. Sold items. Youch. Just in the last 4 days, on a buy it now, not even an auction, somebody sold a Grail Fred Flintstone for $100. Now, we don't know if it's mint. I didn't look into the details. You can if you want to. I'm not going to do it here. A few days before that, one sold for $150. That's a huge, like, why, if it sold for $150, why did you put it as a buy it now for $100? That seems stupid to me. Before that, at auction, which if you're buying, auction's the way to go. There you go, Chucky. But ironically, you could have got the NFT cheaper because at one point it did go down even lower. So looking at the average there is a little misleading, but 85 at auction, 109, 82 at auction, 90 at auction. These are crazy. Auctions are not the way to go if you're a seller. You need to stop doing it. You're giving away money. Buy it now. Put it at good prices. Buy it now. One sold buy it now for 142. One sold at 150. That should be about where we're hovering at least, but we're not. Absolutely, Funko Addict Tech. That's why I do it. I still think, I know I get on my high horse and my whatever you want to call it. I still think that the anger and misunderstanding or lack of education around the NFTs has led the community to, in their mind, value the physical pop with a number on there, something like $9.99. If they sold Fred Flintstone at SDCC at the booth with a limited to 1,000 pieces, that pop is going to be $200 or $300 that week on the secondary market. People are going to be freaking out to try and add it to their collection. But for some reason, because we saw the value of the NFT and the value of the coin, and we had to wait a while, and then the physical pop was delivered, there's this weird thing happening where now the sub 1,000 piece pop is worth $85. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. I think in time we'll see that line fade and these pops will be worth a lot more. But how long are we going to have to wait? If you look at turtles, unfortunately, those high-end turtles are not selling for more than they did when they first came out. They're selling for less. That shouldn't be where we're at, but we are. The disconnect there is so confusing to me, says Tanner. And Tanner, you're one of the ones that gets it. You're a true collector. You understand supply and demand. You understand how the Funko community works. You're as confused as I am. It doesn't make any sense. But the key to this always is people are willing to spend. The value is on what people are willing to spend. Why these people are selling for so much less is beyond me. They worked hard to get those pops. They bought packs, they opened packs, they completed royalty sets, they moved things around, they turned in the coin, they got it delivered, they put it on eBay, and now they're going to sell it at $85? Why are they taking a loss? I don't get it. You're in that big a rush to flip that you're willing to take half of the value? I'm being rough with the math on purpose. Doesn't make sense. The flippers who help set the value are doing a real disservice to NFTs. What's the point? Are they learning from this experience? It doesn't seem like it. I'd love to go in and look at some of the accounts that are continually selling NFT pops. And if I could connect it to an account, which would be really awesome, I'd love to see what they're buying at and what they're selling at. And why would they continue to do it? They're giving money away to try and flip. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. Unless they're buying these NFTs. Oh, thank you. Really cheap stand from Amazon. Unless they're buying these NFTs off of like Facebook group for way lower than the actual value, it doesn't make any sense. They're spending money to give up money. Not ideal. Hopefully that gets remedied in time. Okay. It is 1:30. I usually stream till 2. We've been jamming on here for a couple 2.5 hours. Did I go through all my lists? We talked about Fantastic Plastic. We talked about Steven Universe. I'm going to unbox the DC Pops. We talked about Mondo. Just a reminder while I get this box out to open these. These are my Dark Knight ones. Change in schedule this week. Normally I stream on Friday and we play the box game, where I give away free, actual, real prizes like Funko Pops that I've paid for. Like, I've often had Fig Pen pins, stickers, stuff from Priscilla and other friends in the community. I'm not streaming on Friday this week. My fiance's salon is opening, brand new salon that she got into business with a friend on, and we're having a party that night. So I'm going to stream on Thursday instead, and I'm going to stream early on Thursday. Because Thursday afternoon is Jungle Bry's next drop. He's got, what is it called? Gone Bananas from Shred. So I'm going to stream at 11 to 4. And then at 4 o'clock, we're going to raid over to Brian so you guys can be a part of his project. We'll play the box game on Thursday. We'll talk about NFTs. We'll play some video games. I'll give some stuff away. So be sure you come back on Thursday. By then, the Hoot in Karen shirt will be live, and we can talk about that in case you need any help through it. Yeah, a little pre-party for Jungle Bry. That's right. So make sure you come by on Thursday, and then the next guaranteed stream won't be until Tuesday of next week when we have the Fantastic Plastic drop from Funko. Yeah, well, I mean, to Josh said he needs a haircut. That's a long trip, Josh, to come from San Antonio. So Kelly and her business partner, and they have one employee now, but they're going to expand to possibly 7 more in the next couple of years because they got a nice big salon now. She focuses on extensions in hair, meaning for women, you know what that is. And that's the majority of her business. Those are high sales versus she doesn't do many just haircuts. That's pretty rare for her, as is the case for the other people in the salon as well. They were called Luna Extensions, but now it's specific. They can just call it Luna Salon, and that's the main thing they do. But yeah, it's to Miss Jessie Starr, to answer your question, her and her business partner and their first employee are opening officially. Grand opening for their big salon that it was like a soft opening over the last few weeks. They were originally supposed to open last summer, but as anybody who's in business knows, nothing goes according to plan. So it took them a while to get the space built out and everything put in place. No doubt we'll have some photos of the space. And if you guys want to follow them on Instagram, you absolutely can, to see the space and the party and all that stuff on Friday. So I'm going to go help with taking photos and serving drinks and stuff like that. So, you know, go support my lady as she often supports me here. Can we get a special hoot for the salon opening? No, not for that. I got so many other things in the works right now. I don't have time for that. Isn't it, Miss Jessie Star? I'm very proud of her. No, I won't be streaming the opening. That's not everybody there. She has the hardest time explaining what I do. And if I try to explain on the fly to people that have my phone up because I'm live streaming, it'll wig a bunch of the clients out. That's not for those folks. Some get it, but rarely do they get it. Hoot with luscious locks. We'll get my Marty McFly version one if you want luscious locks. Got the most recent NFT pop drop delivered. I believe this one is Dark Knight. I have not opened it. You guys just saw me break the seal. For whatever reason, I'm seeing a lot of people angry because these tabs aren't closed properly in their boxes. Even when I've received boxes where the tab wasn't closed all the way, the pops were fine. I don't know why people hone in on that. People are weird. I think Funko and Droppp are doing a wonderful job. Kudos to them. I'll say it on publicly as well on the Twitter and anywhere else. These handful of squeaky wheels are complaining all the time. They need to shut up. The deliveries have been good. Occasionally something happens. Businesses make mistakes, but they're doing a great job, and they're going to be offering pop protectors in the near future, which I'm very excited about. Here is the Dark Knight. Yeah, it is the Dark Knight. I did not get lucky enough to pull Bane on this one, but I did complete a royalty set, and this one was not well received by the collectors, but I liked it, and so I went in on it. I did pull Selena Kyle out of a pack, I believe, or did I buy this one? I can't remember if I bought the NFT on the secondary market, but there we got Selena Kyle, 1900 on the package. Of course, these did sell out. But if we go to, I'm going to open up Atomic Hub at the same time. I want to see where Selena Kyle landed on the number distributed. I'm going to look up the redemption coin. Wow, who knew there were that many? I'm glad that was not on the stream. There was nudity in one of those NFTs. Gasp. Only 1,825 of these actually went out. So actually quite a good percentage of the 1,900. We'll open it up and take a look here. If you want to open up your pops, don't believe anybody that tells you it devalues them. That is absolutely not true. You just need to be careful when you open them. I normally have a card opener here. I recommend using a thick business card or a room key from a hotel or something to that effect to open up your pops to take a look. I have not a one of those things sitting around here. I don't know where everything went. You can also use a butter knife. I normally have one of those cards around here somewhere. I'm going to be very careful. I'm going to use an actual knife, but be very, very careful. Turn the box upside down, point it towards yourself with the opening in, slide your business card, your opener, whatever in there, and pull gently to yourself. That tells you how gently I'm pulling, that the knife is not cutting the cardboard, because this is a sharp knife, and pull up on the corner. If you feel like you're having to push too hard and it might damage the pop, don't continue to do that. Go in from the other side. That one was giving me a little bit of a trouble there. There you go. That one popped right up and didn't cause any damage to the corner. Just to prove it, check it out. Perfectly minty corner. I love that Droppp will offer pop hard stack protect. Actually, they didn't say hard stack. They said, unless they've changed their statement, they said pop protectors. So I don't know if they'll ever open up the floodgates for the hard stack. I just want to set the right precedent then. They didn't say hard stack. They said pop protectors. I imagine it'd be nice if they'd offer both, but that will come with an additional shipping cost for them if you opt for a pop stacker because of the weight. They'll pass that along to you. Please no eBay hard stack. No kidding, right, Jace? No guarantee, but I am hoping for pop stacks. We'll see. Here is Selena Kyle. She does come with a stand alert, but you'll need to take that out of the box and put her feet, have a hole in the bottom for the stand. There's Selena Kyle. Really good looking pop. I love the mask. She's got a little cat ears on. There's for just the backs. And that's the pop. We'll look and see what the value is on eBay in a moment. We'll look up all three of them. But this one was a fairly cheap one to buy on the market. It was only like 25 bucks, I think. Yeah, I think we should make no assumptions at this point. Because there's a lot for them logistically to figure out, and no doubt, even though they said pop protectors, and you wouldn't do this, Funko Addict Tech, but other people will come out, you said, well, that's not what they said. They said pop protectors. People love to make up things that Funko says or promises, even though they don't promise anything. All right, I did find a gift card. I'm going to try to open this other one. Not one you can see the code on and try and steal from me, but let's see if this works. I'm opening now the Scarecrow, and I always point this out. I love the NFT is on the back of the box. I love that, and they went back to the slightly less glossy matte finish boxes, which are my favorite. We might see them bounce back and forth. Like Flintstones was more glossy. A couple of them were glossy. They might bounce back and forth. If that is a deal breaker for you, we'll stop collecting. You know. In the wise words of Reacher, assumptions kill. Oh, God, I love that series so much. I'm so glad we're already getting season 3. And did y'all see the trailer for the new, what's his face? The director, Guy Ritchie? Adam Richson is in the new. Alan Richson is in there, too. He is a fun-looking character. Plus, there's been a lot of talk lately circling him as the new Batman, which could be really cool. All right, here we go. Next one is Scarecrow. That is a crazy, sick-looking pop, but I love it. Like Christopher Nolan and what's this guy's name? The actor that plays him. They've worked together so many times. He was in Oppenheimer with them too. He played a great Scarecrow. Sully, do you have 3 pops in soft protectors handy? Try to put 3 of them into the sorter. You just got to see how they. That's a good question. I do have some. We can test that. I thought that was a squirrel. I don't know what squirrels look like there in Pennsylvania, but if they look like that, be terrified. Be very, very terrified. Scarecrow pop looks so sick. They did an amazing job on it. Really did. They did an amazing job. I love that pop. Does not have a stand, by the way. No stand alert on that one. Cillian Murphy, that's it. Or Killian Murphy, however it's pronounced. Don't at me. I don't know. I don't know him personally. Scarecrow was originally 1,900 pieces. And if we go in, it's probably going to be in the 1,800 range for how many were distributed. Scarecrow, 1886 were redeemed, or coins were passed out. 1843 were actually redeemed. So there's still 43 coins floating around somewhere that did not get redeemed. And then finally, the much maligned, everybody seemed to hate it, but I had to get it because I love Freddy Funko as just about any character. Freddy Funko as James Gordon. Or what did you call him earlier, Tanner? You said he looked like somebody else. You said Ed Sheeran, I think. Great in Peaky Blinders. I've never seen Peaky Blinders. A lot of people told me to watch it. Oh, however, it's actually pronounced. He should totally tell people it's Chilean. I love that. So there's the Freddy. Per the conversation earlier, you don't get a royalty card in packs, but you do get one sent to you in the mail. What are those 2 dots? Oh, those are lights on the wall. I thought it was something, but it was accidentally on there. Those are lights on the wall behind Freddy's head. It's interesting some of the freeze frames they pick for the back of these. I'm sure that was probably the best frame, but. And here we are, Freddy as James Gordon. The lighting in here is tricky to see, but he does have a walkie-talkie on his hip. Does he have a gun? Doesn't look like he has a gun. They kind of shy away from that on most of the Freddy pops. Most pops in general. But there he is. I love that they actually have little lenses in the glasses. I love Freddy with a mustache. The red hair plays nicely since Freddy has normally got red hair. Got the crown. I think it's a fun pop. I don't understand why the community seems so down on it. I think mostly it just had to do with the fact that they wanted Freddy as something else, like Batman or Scarecrow, or I don't know. People have expectations, and when they're not met, they, for some reason, just don't like anything else. It's very weird. Yeah, I wouldn't say a lot. Sometimes they avoid it on purpose. Yeah, there's certain movies where it makes perfect sense, but like there was, what was the one, Carl from The Walking Dead? They avoided it, gave him keys instead. Like there's been some notable times I think that they avoided it. I could be wrong on the number at times. Let's see how many of the royalty went out. I'm looking over. I always look at the redemption coins. They tell you a lot. So when we look at a redemption coin, we see how many were distributed. That's the first number. I don't know, Nostalgia Corp. It's a good question. We'll have to look. 1,698 of the potential 2,400. That's what's on the sticker. 1,698 coins were distributed. Only 1,669 coins were burned. That indicates how many are distributed. Meaning, this pop shouldn't say 2,400 on the front. It should say 1,669. Which is nuts. That is a big drop-off. But it is what it is. People don't necessarily like spending the time to collect the royalty sets. He has a detonator, not a gun. There you go, Funko Addict Tech. Let's look at, real quickly, I won't look at the pricing on the other two, but I will look at the pricing on Freddy Funko as Lieutenant Gordon here in the only ways we can look at it. First on Pop and Stock's website, because royalty set is not tracked by Atomic Hub. We come down to, come on now, select a collection, because this one's already closed. We go to Dark Knight. Is it under the Dark Knight? Yeah, the Dark Knight. And we come down and we look at the royalty chart. And again, you'll see what I'm talking about. The price on this one I don't think was bad. I scrolled down way too far and it froze. Oh, yeah, I seem to recall that, Justin. The bang flag. Okay, so this was a weird one. Here's the overall chart from Pop and Stock that shows you the value of a royalty set if collected from zero when you had to buy the common, uncommon, rare, and epic. So what you're looking at is actually a collection of NFTs over time, not just a royalty card, because that didn't exist until this last day. It started at just over 80 bucks. Dropped to 61. Yikes. Got up to... Usually when you hover, that gives you the number. It didn't that time. Got up to, that looks like about 122 was the highest on that day. Plummeted down to, I don't think that's accurate. I think that was, this little plummet was a problem with the data reading, so it never went to zero. That didn't make any sense, right? Got back up, slowly crept back down, and then we got a weird peak of 120, like 11 days before, and then on the last day, people all of a sudden wanted to get this one. Some of the epics spiked big time, and the highest was 190 at one point. That doesn't mean anybody actually paid 190. That means it's what it would have cost you. But if we look at the average, I would say the average of this one around $100, around $100, maybe 95 over the 120 days, around 95 bucks. Now let's look at what the redemption coin did for the royalty set. Freddy as Lieutenant James Gordon. Come down to the all sales. This one started low, all right out of the gate. Started as low as it had ever been. 66 bucks was the first sales, average for the first 9 sales. Hovered around there, went down to, you could have got this for 47 bucks. One of the royalty NFT coins sold for $47. I don't even know if that was a mistake. I bet it was. It sold for exactly 1,000 wax. That feels like a mistake somebody would make. And then spiked at $78. So it never even sold in the coin value for nearly as much as it would have cost to complete the sets in the first place. So this is one we should have waited on to buy the coin. Now let's see how bad it got on eBay. Or how well it did. I don't want to be negative. That could be the wrong approach. Freddy Gordon royalty. Let's try that. This is not necessarily the only way to search it. There's a lot of keywords that might bring up slightly different results, but hopefully this helps. Good news is, look at this. Just a few days ago, one sold for 110. So if you did pay the near 110 to complete the royalty set, you could at least break even. And you still have all the NFTs if you didn't sell them. Royalty, Gordon, oh, racing. Let's try pop. That's so funny. 120, 110, 120, 110, 110. Good to see these selling. I didn't even click buy it now only. I'm not seeing auction ones, which is good. The people selling may have learned a thing or two. 110 shipped with pop armor. Swear you made out like a bandit on that one, I feel. The best you could have done if we went back. The best you could have done was if you bought that set at $61, paid... You wouldn't have had to pay for shipping for that one, but you would have had to buy... So $71. You paid a little bit of a premium off the lowest, but who knows, you would have known to strike then. I feel like all in all, you did pretty good. I don't think you did bad. It's something you wanted, and you knew the quality of the one you would get, which is important. Right now, there's an auction. One's going for... Like, here, I've said this before, guys, but if you want to buy, auctions are for buyers. If you like this one, for instance, go in, look at the quality of the pop itself. Make sure it's a good one that you want. Look at all the photos, read the description, make sure you're not accidentally buying a photo of a pop or some of that BS. This one looks like it's a pretty darn good shape. Lots of good photos. Read carefully, as always. See photos for condition. Ships in a pop shield armor. Digital file not included. That's good. Just the physical pop. They actually knew that 1,669 were redeemed. This person knows what they have. They still put it up for auction, which is strange. If you like it, but you don't want to place a bid yet, go ahead and hit that follow, add to watch list, or hit the heart. Why that's important is when it comes closer to the end, because there's still 5 days and change left on this one. When it comes closer to the end, it'll alert you that, hey, this one's about to end. And if it's still low in the 70, 80 bucks, you might want to scoop it up. You might want to put in a bid. But also, if there's something you like that's buy it now, and you hit that heart button, you might get offers sent to you. The owner might go, you know what, I really want to move this one. I'm going to knock $10 off and make that as an offer to anybody who liked or followed the listing. So if you ever see any of these that you like, make sure you click that heart and then see how it goes. Here's one for 90 bucks. Oh, that's auction. I recommend if you're selling, buy it now. If you're buying, auction. I can't say that enough. I had to buy mine on eBay, paid $110 shipping. Yep, that was the same comment from before. You can still get some of these without getting into the NFTs. But the long story, and you can tell I like long stories because I'm coming up on 3 hours and not shutting up. There is, I'm going to say this, I think 100%, at least 99%, maybe not 100. There's part of me that doesn't have faith in humanity. 99% of my gut tells me there will be value in the digital NFTs. So not the physical pops. We already know about those. But those digital NFTs will have value in time. What is that time? It's not going to be in the next week. It's not going to be in the next 6 months even, probably. But as more and more kids and people with disposable income, or kids that finally get disposable income, come into this space, they're going to be okay with digital collectibles, i.e. the NFTs. In time, maybe Funko decides, hey, Sully's been saying it all along, we're going to listen to him. That's probably not how that goes. We've been watching the industry, and we see that this blending thing is big, or crafting. Let's reward those diamond hands with the ability to turn in some of those commons and uncommons and get themselves a fresh pack of something new, or maybe even access to an area to buy product nobody else can get to, or an experience like access to fun days. I don't know. There's a ton of different opportunities out there that they could take advantage of that would push people into NFTs, and it would reward the diamond hands. I don't know if we're going to see that. I hope we're going to see that. In the animated NFT, he pulls out a fake gun that shoots a little bang flag, but no gun on the figure, it looks like. Interesting, right, Tanner? Yeah, so I'm holding. It could be, with the case of E-Tops, I lost all the value because I held too long. With the case of Funko, I don't feel like I'm out anything by not selling these NFTs in my wallet. I got the value most often back with the pops themselves, and the rest of this is just pure icing, just extra. But I'm sitting on, what was the count last? I'm at over 9,000 NFTs in my Funko collection, and I'm trying to complete every set to go back and buy the grails and legendaries that I missed now that they're cheap. and see where that goes in the long run. The only reason why I wouldn't want Funko to hire you again is so they wouldn't steal the Twitch streams. Old unhip guy here. What does diamond hands mean? You know, it's actually one of those terms that used to tick me off because people used it all the time. But here I am accepting it now. Diamond hands is people who buy and hold for a long time. Like, they're not going to get rid of they're not going to sell because they see something starting to go up in value. Or they deem it to be unvaluable. If you watch that really fun movie, is it called, what is it, The Big Short? It just came out recently and on digital, and I watched it. But it's about the GameStop stonks, that whole thing where people were buying and holding the stock and refusing to sell so that the price would go up because there were so many people getting involved in it. The folks who wouldn't sell were the diamond hands. So I'm not selling. The only time I sell is, like, I'll sell a legendary to convert wax to USDC, or I'll sell an epic right before, if I'm not going to use it towards the royalty set, I'll sell those epics, those extra ones I have, to get the money back. Then I'll just turn around and buy them when they're cheaper again after the snapshot. If my gut's right, dumb money, thank you, that's it. Big Short was a different thing. If my gut is right, and in, let's say, 3 years, the value, there is digital collectibles, people are actually getting into those specifically and going, oh, cool, Funko made these and there's only 900 of them. I want that because that's really limited. Oh, it is, yeah, I collect digital stuff. I'm cool with it being digital. I don't have to have a pop. I think in 3 years' time, we could see that. We could see some of these kids who are like, I don't have room for the physical pops, but I like those digital things. Those are cool. I want that in my collection. They're willing to pay for it. Or, like I said before, if Funko adds value by adding utility, then all the previous NFTs might be fair game. I really, really could see them eventually going, because they've done this. They've actually already done it once. They did giveaways last year around some of the April Fool's NFTs if you were holding certain NFTs in your wallet. Once a month, they give away a free NFT to people who are holding a certain template. There are already monthly bonuses. Funko doesn't weigh in on it. They don't talk about it a lot, which is unfortunate. They should. They should be, hey, next week, we're doing the digital drop for a free Freddy Funko. This is what it looks like. Make sure you got your diamond hands. Make sure you got you're holding on to your NFTs. They're not going to tell you which ones it is. It would be kind of cool if they did, like the day before. Then all of a sudden, those have value overnight. But the more of that stuff they do, the more value there is in the NFTs you're already holding. Like I said, if Discord ever comes up, the My Little Pony NFT, you guys joked around and bought me a bunch of the Discord NFTs. If that one ever comes up, I'm getting like 30 of the bonus NFT. I would love them to see them do, hey, we're going to do, every month we're going to give away 5 protos for the existing NFT projects. Somebody asked what a proto was earlier. Hey, what's up, Matthews Ranch? How you doing, bud? They are the unpainted NFTs, or pops, as Kelly calls them. Like, I have this Voldemort proto. This was actually made during the process of developing the pop. Before Funko went into production with the full pop, they made this using some of the vinyl that they had at the factory off of a fresh mold. It's one of the first ones made, and then only a handful are made. There might be 3 to 5 of these in the world is my guess, maybe a few more. There's an all white one somewhere. There's this one somewhere. Probably the ones that have the actual wand somewhere. Mine's broken off there. But this is a proto. What if at 5 a month they said, okay, we're going to pick a random NFT, a random mint number, and if you're holding that, we're going to send you a proto as a special prize. Don't you think all the NFTs would have slightly more value based on that giveaway? I think they would. I think they certainly would. Maybe they do 5 a month, and then like a week before they go, we're going to definitely pick that NFT from the Harry Potter collection. All of a sudden the Harry Potter NFTs go up a little bit in value. We're going to pick from the uncommon NFTs. All of a sudden the uncommons go up in value a little bit, etc., etc. They don't have to give away the exact one, but they can dial it in slowly and make a real event out of it. And then go, okay, we're going to go with this uncommon mints. These 5 mints, you're all getting a proto. We're going to drop in your wallet a special coin, turn that in, go through the checkout process, and we'll send you your proto. That would be amazing. I would love to see them do something like that. I love when Funko gives away protos, and some people get protos of Pops unannounced. It's such a cool way to tease stuff. Well, I'll tell you, it's not by design. That's never by design. That can get them in a lot of trouble. It's by accident. Because, I'm going to try not to be snarky here. What happens when you have a company like Funko that's very much based in pop culture and collectibles, but you have employees who know nothing about pop culture and collectibles, or very little? Things like that happen. It's unfortunate. But some of the people that are involved in that process are looking at a proto going, I have no idea what this is. Let's just put it in there and let's just give it away. They just don't know. They never would do it on purpose to tease something. No, because if they put out a proto for an unreleased pop, and if for some reason, some of the protos are actually not approved yet. They're still part of the process. But if they put that out, and then the company that have the license, like let's take Harry Potter for existence, they're notoriously difficult to work with. If this was before this Voldemort pop came out, and this got out into the community, Warner Brothers, Harry Potter, Wizarding World could be pissed off that this wasn't revealed correctly. That they didn't get to be a part of the reveal process that would lead to social metrics for them. It was really frustrating for me working on the Funko team when we would work really hard. Like, for instance, my least favorite story was the Fortnite pops. Fortnite pops were in the pipeline, were going to come out. It had been acknowledged that we had the Fortnite license, but no one had seen any of the pops. While on the social media team, we're like, this is big. Fortnite's huge. We do weekly gaming sessions to talk with fans. Why don't we do a huge Fortnite reveal thing? We'll have a party at HQ. We'll do a full day's stream where we release what they look like slowly throughout the day. I even remember working with Tanner on that because Tanner was a mod for us at Funko whenever we were doing all that stuff. And I'm like, hey, Tanner, can you keep an eye on the community and help with these things? He's like, yeah, we're in. We're excited about it. I think Ben helped as well. We're going to do this fun thing. I'm not even going to tell you what all they are. You're going to see tomorrow too. And then the day before, after we put all this planning, we even worked with a company that made Fortnite stuff outside of the pops to give us some costumes and things. And we were going to help tease their business as well, or promote their business. Just the day before, they all leaked. Some jackass got a hold of the images and put them all over the interweb. And not only did we lose, that stream lost a ton of viewers we would have had, a ton of new people following our Twitch and YouTube and Instagram and Facebook and et cetera, et cetera. We lost all the metrics for all the posts that would have gone out revealing them on those sites. All of it gone. Poof. Millions of dollars worth of value. Legitimately. Millions of dollars worth of value in the long run gone because of the leaks. And it was one of the most deflating experiences I ever had. I wanted to stab the person who leaked it. And in their mind, they're like, oh, cool, I could be first and I could share it. Fortnite team was not happy. They were not happy at all. Matthews Ranch says, what do you think of the percentage of employees Funko has that have no clue of the example you just gave? I don't know what that percentage might be. I tell you an easy way you could have told back in the day. If you walked the floor at Funko, back when we were all there and in our desks, most true fans of a fandom or a bunch of fandoms had their desk actually just covered in pops and collectible stuff, artwork. And then some, which we were all fearful of, were the people that had nothing on their desk. Just clean, clear. Did not trust those people. Dima was an exception because Dima just didn't put a lot of value in the physical items. He had some stuff, but like my desk was just covered in Sully. You could totally tell what I was into. Brian was covered in jungle, Jurassic Park, toucan theme stuff. Those were but the ones that had nothing, you're like, they don't know what's going on. I think I'd say there's when I was there, maybe 30%, 40% were not real Funko collectors and or fans. Now, I don't know. Nice, Peking. Can't trust them. That's where I'm at, Jace. I can't trust somebody who has nothing on their desk. Kudos to them for being clean and organized, but no. I found going through YouTube one day, I found out that the desk tour video of my desk at Funko when we were on the second floor. Is that the second? Yeah, second floor. The desk video is still up on the YouTube channel, so you can still go back and see a 2018 Sully desk with my stuff on there. It looked very different than a 2018 Sully desk. I have toys all over my desk and a few pops. Nice, Allie. Guy asked, do you think this Freddie Gordon will be worth more in a year? Yes. I think well, at least I'm hopeful. But I think over time, we'll see the pops slowly increase in value. Now, again, I alluded to this earlier. The TMNT did not go up like I expected it to. And I'm shocked. I would have thought it would have gone up a lot more. But TMNT is a constantly evolving license. I think if they do a TMNT Wave 2, we'll see the Wave 1 stuff jump through the roof. I think with the Funko NFTs, there is just a lot of people who don't know those pops even exist. Oh, Jace, really? Yeah, that's an issue. I mean, you should glue them on your desk. Wouldn't that be messed up? Some kid's like trying to rip it off the desk. I think I have a lot of thoughts, and I'm sure if anybody from Droppp or Funko ever watches any of this, I hope they don't get them out of context. They're probably going to hate everything I say. But I think if Funko would really own the NFT stuff and would promote it more and would, like, at cons, at San Diego Comic-Con, why not have a Droppp booth within your... It's a huge part of your business, I think. Why do you have a Mondo booth and a Blockbuster Rewind booth and a Loungefly booth, and then you don't have an NFT booth? It's lack of people and lack of thought. Just because it's a digital item doesn't mean you can't take advantage of that at a physical experience like SDCC. Have a special NFT each day that you can only get by going by the Funko booth and scanning a QR code, or having a conversation with an employee and setting up your wallet. Maybe social media Freddy NFTs that are given out to people who share and say nice things on social. A lot of opportunities there. Should do a review of the drops. There's people that weren't there since the beginning. Good point, Punk. Yep. What's up, gatos? How are you, bud? Matthew's right. You know what? I think there's still some very creative people at Funko. I think the problem is they're all just probably very overworked and stretched too thin and not provided with the resources that they need to do their job. And that's not even a shot. That's what happens at companies when their stock value goes down or there's a recession, or your product's just not selling as well anymore. It's just what happens. And I always say it. I love to see Funko back at full strength. The NFTs are arguably more popular than both Rewinds and maybe even Loungefly. I don't know about Loungefly, but Rewinds, yes. And that booth, while pretty cool, was lacking a lot as well. I liked the cases that they had in the booth for the different movies that were made up, that were fake. So fun. But I would have loved to have seen more of the video store experience like they had at the Lego booth. Both companies missed a little bit on what that could have been. But it was cool that they did a Blockbuster thing at all. Yeah, I definitely don't underestimate Loungefly. I agree with you. Matthew's Ranch, I feel you. I'm definitely with you on the feelings towards it all. To be fair, there wasn't a lot of NFT at SDCC last year compared to the year before. There wasn't a lot of NFT at SDCC last year compared to the year before. You mean from companies all over? Agreed there. Companies are scared. If one of these companies can get it right, and if you guys ever see a job posting or somebody working with influencers like Mattel, or no, Hasbro, sorry. Hasbro with Cryptoys, with Motu, that was a great execution to kick off interest in something. There's more they could have done. They weren't ready for it yet, but it was a great start. Then no presence last year that I saw at SDCC. If there's a toy company, a Mattel, a Hasbro, a Funko, anybody who has an NFT integration and is at SDCC, they should be doing something there. I was right the first time, figures. They can do stuff in a physical environment. They can make fungible for the non-fungible. They can do stuff to get people involved, and I guarantee you that's going to be more productive than a Discord. I still don't get the... I've been in the Woofy Discord this week, trying to reevaluate my feelings towards Discord and going, okay, what do I get out of going in here? I went through all the different tabs in there, all the different areas, whatever you call those, and all it is a bunch of people shouting hi. GM, good morning. What do you guys think? There's no real discussion. There's no real value. There's no nothing. It's just get into our Discord. Get into our Discord. I haven't learned anything new. I don't understand why that's such a push and why that's so valuable for these companies. To me, building up your Twitter, your Instagram, a physical, interactive experience at a convention, far more valuable. But I guess I'm the old guy in the room. The Marvel booth always has a VV extension at NYCC. Yeah, and VV has a booth, which is pretty cool. Ooh, I love this. Nashville, for a first-time chat, this is something we should frame and put on the wall. Discord hides potential marketing from the outside world. I could not have said it better myself. I love it, Nashville Lou. That is so accurate. Thank you for chiming in on that with a really good comment. Matthews Ranch says, I know a lot of people like them, but to me, the rewind was just a reset of the sodas that discouraged me a lot. Yeah, I can see that. I think a lot of people were not excited about the art of the toys, of the collectibles, but were excited about the packaging. And to me, the packaging was absolutely cool. Dug it. I still have some here that I got from SDCC last year. But even then, I feel that something cooler could have been done with a full-size clamshell, as we called them when I worked in the video stores. Jay said, I hated how Hasbro has gone with a barcode at conventions to buy their products for shipment to the buyer's homes. Exclusivity is gone. Yeah, that was an interesting test for them, and I bet they got a lot of flack from customers. But there's a number of reasons why that's beneficial for that company that I think are important. What they should have done, and I don't think they did, was offer a buy it here, pre-order it here to get delivered to your house, which we know is going to save us on shipping and labor and trouble, but you get something for free physically then that day for making that pre-order. What booth was it that's done it? I pre-ordered Edward Scissorhands' anniversary on Blu-ray, and I got a really cool Edward Scissorhands lithograph, screen printed poster. Awesome. Got the Edward. I did the same for Nakatomi Plaza for Die Hard. Pre-order it there at the con. You get a Nakatomi Plaza thing that holds your DVD set, your Blu-ray set. Awesome. They should have done the same thing. Get an enamel pin. Get something that has some actual value. Get this special figure. Because I think what they're trying to do is avoid shipping pallets and pallets and pallets of stuff to the con, dealing with everybody on the show floor to get it distributed, and then what if there's some left over? I think that's what they're trying to avoid. People from SDCC made a ton of money off those codes from Hasbro. eBay listings everywhere. I remember you showing me that. I participate in exactly one Discord I'm in. So I'm in for the notifications only, says Walking Miracle. That's fair. I mean, if you like it, go for it. I think that line, though, earlier of it hides potential marketing from the outside world, 1,000,000%. You do want to create a community, and you want that community to be active and rewarded. But to do that, like Funko learned a valuable lesson, I believe, you have to have somebody or a team who knows the brand and knows people and will actually be in there as community management, shutting down the anger, shutting down the negativity, keeping it alive and well, and keeping it there to be a reason for you to go in. You have to constantly work at that. It's not a free service. It's a free, you don't have to pay for it service, but you have to back it with product and people. Shepard said, to be honest, the Woofy Discord is a very poor example of a good Discord server. There are other servers that can be very educational, but there are very few. Digital Pop Kingdom is a great example of a good server. Yeah, I wouldn't want to take away from them. I don't participate, so I don't know what they have in there. But Digital Pop Kingdom is doing some fun stuff because they are doing exactly what I was saying before I even read your comment. They're backing it with people and product to keep it going. Then they might as well just sell it on their website, says Jace. Yeah, I think that's what they'll ultimately learn. I think you're right. It's a cool idea, though. Helps con attendees getting stuff home. See, I still think Amazon shouldn't sway away from physical stores, but they shouldn't do physical stores like we traditionally know them, like a Foley's or a Macy's or whatever. They should have a store, very minimal product, 1 or 2 of each item. You come in, you see it, you try it on, you touch it, you feel it, whatever, and you scan it with your Amazon app and it's delivered to your house the next day. Minimize the footprint, sell the product, give people a chance to see it. I think it would minimize returns. It would maximize foot traffic at malls and stores. I think they experimented with having stores. I don't think the execution was good. But what do I know? You know, nobody's hiring me for that, so. Did you see where Steph left Cryptoys? I did not. That's a bummer. She was such a good, positive force. I did see something earlier that Poof is still there, their community manager. So that's good. But I didn't see Steph left. That's a shame. All right, gang, it is 2:15. I've been rambling and rambling and rambling. I'm going to need to shut things down here in the next 45 minutes or so. But we can keep the conversation going. If there's anything particular you guys want to talk about, want to see, want to whatever, while we're doing that, let me kick off a little Sully Bucks giveaway to thank everybody for being here. Sully Bucks are my loyalty points that you earn by watching the stream. You get 2 for every 10 minutes that you're here engaging in the conversation. But I also give away these bonuses, and then you use those to enter other giveaways I do. Where you can buy tickets, like a raffle ticket. We're going to be playing the box game on Thursday. I have a special Thursday stream this week. No Friday stream. That's on Twitter, my schedule. So Thursday, starting at 11 a.m., we'll play the box game at some point during the stream that day. You can win actual physical items like Funko Pop, stickers, exclusives from Sune, etc., etc. We're going to give away to 3 people, though, 200 or more Sully Bucks starting right now. Type in !enter or !ticket into the chat to be eligible to win. We'll pick 3 winners here in, let's say, 5 minutes. Matthews Ranch says, I'm wondering if we are going to see any of those companies that skipped SDCC last year come back this year. I really hope so. I really hope so. I fear that if SDCC doesn't get back to full force, we may see it go the way of things like E3. Where individual companies hold their own conventions and cons and skip the big cons like SDCC, and then eventually its value is deteriorated. Fantastic Grail price prediction? I don't think that one will be that much. 150-ish? 100 to 150 maybe, I see. That's a guess. I don't know. What do you think, Tanner? Anybody else that's into this one? What do you think that sugar, is it Sugar Bomb? Is that the one for the Grail? I don't think it'll be that expensive. Okay, good. I have the wax to cover. I mean, you may have to wait for a little while, Randy. I know we talked about it at the very beginning. Anybody who, yeah, they just seem to do it intermittently, Shepard. But even they are struggling with what their path is. Marvel, Hall H. Marvel's struggling with where's the future. They're changing the TV shows, they're changing the movies, they're retooling things. They're not in their heyday like they were 5-7 years ago, but they could certainly get back. And I think if they're smart, they understand the potential for SDCC. What all those companies have to understand is SDCC is not just marketing to the few, it's marketing to the many. You reward your diehard fans by doing things that are exclusive to them there at the con, but then they spread that information like a ripple throughout Twitter and all the other social channels, and they get the hype going. COVID and Kang really hurt them, right? For sure. ! Ticket or ! Enter in the chat right now to get your tickets to possibly win up to 500 Sully Bucks. 3 winners will win at least 200, maybe more, depending on their current total balance. I'll show that on screen as a reminder. What's weird is Sideshow doing a digital con during SDCC and they aren't at the con. See, that is... What are they expecting exactly? The people that are at SDCC, which are typically the ones that would spend more money because they're willing to travel and go and see your stuff, they're supposed to leave SDCC and go back to their hotel room to participate in your con? Or are you thinking that somehow doing it at the same time as SDCC will benefit you because of the SDCC vibe? I think it's bad. I think it's akin to when Funko had FunCon at the same time as Emerald City Comic Con. I'm wondering if they're going to do that again this year and have something at HQ while people are in town for Emerald City Comic Con. Doesn't seem like a very good partnership with ReedPop. Maybe it is a partnership with ReedPop. I don't know. Oh, Misty, that's dangerous thinking. She said SDCC's been around for 54 years. Don't think they're going anywhere. Yeah, taxi company said that 10 years ago. Yeah, I think that's dangerous. You have to, no matter how good your business is. Apple is another example there. They've been in a heyday for a long time now. No matter how big you are, you've got to continuously reevaluate, retool, remarket. You can't walk away and just expect it to be perfect forever. SDCC really needs the Marvels, the DCs, the Funko company. I don't want to say Funkos because that's the cereal. They need those big tentpole companies to be there, or else their con starts to liquidate. Starts to lose value. I mean, SDCC wasn't the juggernaut it was until 2011, 12. Before then, it was a great con. Don't get me wrong. But it wasn't selling out, and it wasn't the craziness it is now. You have to evolve, doesn't matter what company you are, 100%. There are brands that were around for 100 years and then crashed in the last 3 or 4. I can't think of an example right off the bat, but I'm sure we could. I'm sure we could come up with a few. All right, it's at 4 minutes and 40 seconds. We're going to close this at 5 minutes. Get your tickets in now. Exclamation point enter, exclamation point ticket. Everybody gets one ticket. We're going to pick our winners in about 15 seconds. Don't miss out. I can't reiterate enough how I'm not picking on these companies. I'm not harshing on these companies. I'm just giving kind of my assessment of how I see things. Clearly, I may not be worth that much since nobody wants me on their team, but they're my opinions, and I think they're valid. All right, here we go. Closing the giveaway. We're going to draw our winners, and I will distribute 200 or more Sully Bucks to 3 lucky folks. Let's go. We're picking winner number 1 in 5, 4, 3, 2. I love that, Jace. 1. And our first winner is Funko Lover 30. Congratulations, Mindy. Our second winner in 3, 2, 1 is Chip 3. And our third winner in 3, 2, 1 is Downtown Detail. Glad to see a few new names, or a couple new names on that list. Let me get this closed out and the points distributed for Chep and Downtown Detail. In case you haven't been following along, you get a minimum of 200 Sully Bucks, but depending on your current total balance, that could go all the way up to 500. So Funko Lover 30 will use you as an example. Your current total balance is 52,138. I know that's tiny on the screen, but I can see it right there. It had to end in a 5, 6, or 7 for you to get a bonus, so you still get paid 200 Sully Bucks. I'm sending those to your account now. All right, our next winner was Chip 3. Chip, you're currently at 216. If it ends in a 6, you get a bonus, and that is 300 Sully Bucks total. Subtle Bucks. Subtle, I am not. What did I say? 300. I almost gave you 600. 300 Sully Bucks for you. And with any luck, maybe our third winner gets 500. Downtown Detail. Currently at 270. So it doesn't end in a 5, 6, or 7, but you still get 200 Sully Bucks. Again, those are used for future giveaways. We'll have one on Thursday where tickets are 10 Sully Bucks each. So you just basically got 20 entries into a future giveaway. Congratulations. Happy for you. Even Ford filed for Chapter 11 and 13, and they are still around. Well, that's not what I would call common. That is a good example of a company that after a long time can retool, but they wouldn't have had to file for Chapter 11 or 13 if their business had been handled correctly before then. Chapter 11 or 13, depending on which is which, depending on the situation, is a chance for them to retool their business, but that means things got pretty bad. Yeah, I mean, there are definitely companies that are around for a long time and then they just don't evolve, they don't change. And in the wake, in this recent AI forward world, it's going to hurt a lot of companies. Unfortunately, And I know a lot of people blame like recent layoffs because of AI, especially in the gaming industry. And it's unfortunate. I feel bad for anybody who gets laid off. It sucks. I've gone through it. These companies need to do a better job so they don't have to do layoffs. AI is changing things. It's doing away with some jobs. It's going to add other jobs. That's the part people miss, is even though some are going away, other ones are coming in. Like my mother hates the whole AI thing. AI is evil. It's going to take over. Well, only to the point where we allow it to. It's not an actual thinking thing. It's what we apply. It's a tool. All right, Shepard, have a good one. Like Blockbuster's a good example. They had the chance to buy Netflix, but opted not to because they didn't see it as a future. And then they tried to chase it with their own streaming box, and it didn't go well. Yeah, that is probably one of the biggest falls from grace ever. Now, the brand is still around, but it's holding on by sheer just the fact that it's a license. That's it. There's the one Blockbuster store. It's independently owned. I don't think we're going to see more Blockbuster stores. Who knows? But the fact that they passed up on a chance to buy Netflix, isn't that nuts? And now what's Netflix valued at? How many hundreds of billions of dollars? Netflix value. And even they could really hurt in the next few years as things change. Did really 96. Netflix, not values, value. $243.5 billion. You know what I know it really sucks? In 2000 and... I'm trying to think of the date. 2005, 2006, I almost bought stock in Exxon at, I think it was at $13 to $15 a share. I don't know if it's split over these years or if the 562 is just... Ugh. That makes me ill. Has it split at all? What are these? Key dates. 562 a share. Did I say Exxon? Sorry, I meant Netflix. I have Exxon stock. I don't have Netflix stock. I had the chance to buy. To be fair, though, if they had bought Netflix, it may not have been so successful with Blockbuster management managing it. That's absolutely true. But it would have been theirs to control at that point. And now the WWE is... Oh, did y'all see that the company that owns WWE, The Rock, is now on the board for it? And thanks to that and his actions, the former head of the WWE is out. What's that dude's name? McMahon? Which is awesome, because I heard some stories about that man from the guys I met that are in the WWE. Not only this allegation stuff, that's one thing, but just the way he operated that business. Like, it was all him, all emotion, much like I think Mariotti ran Funko. A lot of emotion, and that's what got him to where they were. But then at some point, it doesn't work anymore. And for McMahon, it was definitely off. I wonder if now, because of that, we could ever see, like Matt Cardona, my buddy, back in the WWE. I think things could change. Yep, TKO. It's going to be pretty interesting. Totally. I think with The Rock at the helm on that board and the board doing some smart things, WWE be bigger than ever. They're already a juggernaut. Yeah, I think it's going to be huge. I'm not truly not a WWE fan. I don't watch the matches, but I know plenty of people that do. I've been working for T-Mobile for 13 years now. I got stuck with them when they first went public at 13 per share. Now we're at 135. Nice. I wish that is a story I had from Funko. Omega Buck, you're a big Matt Cardona fan? He is amazing. Love Matt. I've known him for 6 or 7 years now. Had the fortune to meet him when he came up to Funko, and we immediately hit it off. And he's such a great dude. To this day, I can text him, and he will immediately text me back. He's one of the busiest men on the planet, and he is always so kind to me. Means the world to me. I like every social post I see he posts. I love following his career through the independent wrestling. Even though I don't watch, I just admire what he's doing from the perspective of there's a guy that's got his head screwed on straight. He works his ass off. He is so amazing. You got the 500-piece pop. I have one autographed by him. I love it. That's such a fun one. We were at New York Comic Con the year that came out. We brought him in the back and gave him his proto for that one. And it was such a cool moment, because by then I already knew him a little bit. I'm not saying we're best friends or anything. We're acquaintances. I call him a friend. I don't know what he would call me. But it was so cool to see how much he geeked out on that. The dude is legit a huge fan of the wrestling collectibles and toys. I love his podcast. When they first were starting up, I helped weigh in and give them some opinions and ideas on what they should do going forward with that. And I even offered to be their engineer. He's like, I don't think we need an engineer. I wish they had kept me on. That would have been fun if they had brought me on to do it. But The Rock owns XFL. I think he owns it as part of an investment firm. I don't think he owns it outright. But the XFL merged with the USFL and is now the UFL, so I don't know where that ownership stands or what the value of that even is. I don't think it's a horrible idea. I've heard them referring to it as the Spring League. So they're almost treating the XFL as like the minors, or I'm sorry, the UFL now, as like the minors for the NFL. And I think that's a smart approach. There are plenty of talented athletes out there that don't get a chance to go all the way to the NFL. But there have been one of the backup quarterbacks for the Browns this year and a number of other players that have come over from the XFL. They're ready to go. They've had a chance to prove themselves. I think the XFL ultimately, or the UFL now, is a solid idea. I just don't know if it's a solid moneymaker. His ex-wife was the majority owner of the XFL. No kidding. Did not know that. Omega says out of box, but still, I was never going to get the $800 inbox. But $200 for out of box is fine. That's all. You should absolutely tweet that, Omega Buck, or put it on Instagram and tag Matt. I bet he would give that a like. He's really good about interacting with his fan base. I actually had a really fun moment with his Instagram the other day. I have a good buddy that lives up in the Pennsylvania area, Johnny Cisco, and Johnny went on that. He went on that cruise that they're all on right now, and I'm scrolling through my feed, and I see this. That's on Matt Cardona's Instagram feed, but on the right, that's my buddy Johnny Cisco on Matt's account. It was such a small world moment, but I know Johnny knows Matt. They've had a history. They've known each other for years. The Jericho Cruise, exactly. But it's so funny that I saw Johnny Cisco on Matt Cardona's Instagram. I was like, whoa, wait a minute, huh? I actually secured the NJPW Cody Rhodes prototype from Blake's Pop Nook, who won it at a Funko photo contest. Oh, that's cool. Congratulations on it. You're a huge wrestling fan then. That's really cool. He travels to all their live shows. Yeah, I know. Johnny Cisco's a giant fan. They have in their hallway at their house. I got to go visit one time years ago for Johnny's birthday. They have so many signed pictures from so many people, but specifically a huge Matt Cardona, Zack Ryder signed area, which is it's just so fun. When you find a person that you're a fan of that big, and that person is what they say they are, and they interact with you, and they're a true fan of you being a fan, like I am with Nathan Fillion. I want Nathan Fillion's autographed 100 times over, and I want to meet him and get a photo with him 50 times over, and I'm willing to pay for that if I ever have any money again. It's so awesome. Those people are what make being a fan worth being a fan. Matt's the real deal. He does not kid around. Love that dude. Anyway, enough for the Matt Cardona fan ride here. 235. The first time I met Matt Cardona, I was uncontrollably shaking and my heart was racing at a million beats a minute. Isn't that fun? And I'm sure he treated you like just so amazingly. I don't think I've ever felt that level of fandom when I met somebody. I'm not making fun, Omega, at all. I get that 100%. I just think it's a perspective thing. Like Brian will tell you, a celebrity doesn't matter to him. Jungle Brian. And I believe it. He's like, whatever, it's a person. I think I'm a healthy in-between. Like I know they're a star and that's really cool and I love watching them in the stuff that they're in and being a fan, and I'll always want to collect and get their autograph or whatever. But in the moment when I get to meet them, I'm like, well, they're a person too. Which is cool. Yeah, the Major Bendies they're doing for Jay and Silent Bob. That's so cool. They went from him and Brian Myers, WWE wrestlers, fans of WWE their whole life, and collectors, to independent wrestlers who started the podcast, do the lives, talking about the collectibles and the toys, working with companies like Super 7 to produce other figures of them aside from the pops that were out there. Now they're making their own line of collectible toys, and it is just so cool to watch their success. It just makes me so happy to see the real ones succeed. Dude felt like a rock when I met him. Yes. It's huge. I felt that way when I met Sully. Oh, come on, Jace, please. Omega Buck 2 said, I worshiped this man growing up. To be honest, he has always been my hero. That is so cool. And I'm glad that the experience in meeting him was one that you'll cherish forever. Because I've seen it go the other way, not with him, but with other celebrities where somebody gets up and meets them and it's a bad experience. And then they're like, oh, man, I don't care about this person anymore. I don't want to be a fan because I had a horrible experience with them. Matt's not going to let that happen. Unless the person that comes up to him is an ass, and then that's a different story. Because I know he had one person that came. I don't know if I should tell a story or not. I think he told it publicly. Yeah, he tweeted about it. He had one person that came up to him after they got his 500-piece pop, asked for an autograph at the airport, and he specifically signed it with the marker going onto the sticker in a way that he'd be able to look back later and go, I remember that pop. And he told him, he's like, I'm signing this, but don't turn around and flip it. And they turned around and flipped it on eBay. And he took a picture of it and put it on Twitter and totally called that person out. And I was like, yeah, that's awesome. Called out the dude for flipping his pop. I love it. They should be more excited to meet me. Kidding. I mean, there's a little something to that. I'm not saying I'm a celebrity. I'm not going to be that guy. Kelly would put me in my place in 2 seconds if she heard me say something like that to that level. But like, there have been people I've met that were excited to meet me when I was at Funko or whatever. And I've always loved meeting them. And honestly, inside, I was as excited to meet them as they were to meet me, because for somebody to actually care that much meant the world to me. I'm like, that's so awesome. Thank you. I don't know what you see in me, but that's awesome. I'm excited to meet you too, and I hope I treated every single person I ever met just like that. I get too anxious and start stumbling over my word. Do you, Misty? Yeah, it's tough. It could be tough. Never meet your heroes, but he's an exception. I've been very fortunate. The people that I deem a real hero in this world that I wanted to meet have been good experiences. Stan Lee, Nathan Fillion, Zachary Levi, Giancarlo Esposito. Kind of middle of the road. They were weird interactions. When I got to interview Adam Baldwin, that was interesting. I liked it ultimately, but that was a kind of a weird vibe. But he was a nice dude. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it was bad. It was just not what I had expected. Robert Patrick was the same way last year or 2 years ago when I interviewed him. That was an interesting interaction. Ultimately a good one, but it was just not what I expected. Oh, Lou Ferrigno's an ass. Yeah. Don't like him at all. Don't like him one bit. Jason David Frank, I heard, was the real deal. Jay said, I met Jason David Frank in real life, but before meeting him, I thought he was a D. But then I met him. He was really awesome in person. Yeah, I heard nothing but wonderful things about him. I'm bummed. I'm not even a Power Rangers fan, really. I'm bummed I never got to meet him, though, because he's one of the reasons why all these conventions over the last decade were successful. Your genuine heart brings people closer to... Oh, I like that. That's good for a pillow or a shirt right there. Funko Addict Tech says, I definitely can't wait to meet and have a couple drinks. I'm looking forward to that day, Funko Addict Tech. Got to visit the West Coast or get Sully to visit the East Coast. I want to get back to New York Comic Con, man. I'm bummed that I haven't been able to go the last few years, and it comes down to just money and time. This past year was too crazy, but the years before that I had to pass because of money. I would love to get back. I love New York Comic Con and the city for the con and that time of year, and I think it would be so much fun. C2E2 I would love to go to. I've never gone, but would love to go to. And I just saw that they announced a what's the Jay and Silent Bob's con? Chronic Con is coming to Chicago. I'd love to go to that one because Ming will be up there. I'd love to go and hang out. I still haven't got to properly hang out with Jay Muse, and I just really respect the hell out of him too. I think he's awesome. If you guys don't know, if you're Jay and Silent Bob fans, Jay Muse streams here on Twitch, and you can jump on any time, and he will talk to you on stream. He will play games with you. He's huge. Comic Palooza is a good one, and they're really good for podcasting, but they lack the booths of the big companies. I wish they could score that. Tony Stewart from NASCAR is an absolute tool. Ruined my love for him in one interaction. Isn't that a shame? Callard met Jason David Frank, wasn't a fan. I mean, might have had an off day, Callard. I know he came up and signed at My Pops. Yeah, it might have just been an off day. You never know. Jay said, I would love to go back to NYCC as well, just don't have time anymore. Yeah, this year, to me, it'll be different. It'll depend on money. The timing would be good, I think, ultimately, but I don't think the money will be there. We'll be attending NFTopia 4 on May 3rd through 5th. Ask Puzzled Puzzler. Possibly. There is something else around that time that may occur that may keep me from it. But I'd love to. I would love to have a booth and do that this year. I think that'd be a lot of fun. And don't ask me what the other thing is. Randy C. said that's true. About Comic Palooza, yeah, don't get me wrong. The people at Comic Palooza are very nice, and I've been fortunate enough to be there a few times and be in some of the panels for podcasting. And I've even hosted a podcasting panel at Comic Palooza before, and I really enjoyed it. Matter of fact, it was one of the best panels that I've had outside of Funko as far as attendance and the people's interaction. Is it Chris Con? It was really good. It was really good. We got a lot of new people into podcasting through a deck that a presentation that we did between myself and the guys at Mulehorn Gaming, and who was the third group with us? How am I blanking? My buddy Dwayne. Three beers and a mic. We all worked together on that one. That was a lot of fun. Sierra Evett. How are you now? We said we met at Funko Hollywood Grand Opening. Oh, that's awesome. That was such a great experience. I love the Funko Hollywood Grand Opening. And there were so many people that came out and had a great time. And I'm glad that went off as well as it did. That store is so amazing. And I was so stoked to be able, because that was at a time during my time with Funko where they were starting to not take the marketing team, all of us, to each event. And there was, at first they were like, we may not take everybody to the grand opening. I was like, I'll go on my own money if I have to and just go as a fan. And I didn't say that to them. I was thinking it. And they're like, for this one, we're taking everybody. I was like, whew, because I'm going to be there anyway. That was so much fun. I really thought it was going to be a bigger long-term deal for them. I know they still have traffic there, but I don't think it's panned out to serve for as much in sales as they hoped, or events or anything like that. They had some grand plans. I was hoping it'd be the beginning of having stores all over the country. Like New York needs a Funko store. Disneyland, Disney World, outside those parks need Funko stores. It would be huge for that brand. But, COVID and reality and stock prices and stuff kept them from expanding any further. I think none of those were guaranteed. Yeah, right, Omega Buck. Funko Chicago would be awesome. What a great city. I've been a couple times, loved it. But I think Brian even alluded to the fact that they were thinking about doing a New York or maybe even Chicago store. And then, that was a little too early, a little too premature to announce that, and it never happened. Oh, I love these days where we just get to have conversations around all the things. Funko would kill on Michigan Avenue. Is that the big strip there in Chicago? I think I've been down there before. When I've been to Chicago, I went once for a friend's bachelor party, and while I was there, where did I go after that? There was no cons or anything there, and then I was there for Star Wars Celebration one year, and then when that one, we never left that area. We were there that whole time. The downtown street, yeah. I don't think we stayed near Michigan when I was there with Funko. That was the Star Wars Celebration that lasted like 5 days. This is the most insane length for a con I've ever heard of in my life. Con should be 3 days, maybe 4 for one like San Diego or Star Wars, but not 5. That was stupid. That last day was so dead. It was crazy. All right, we got any other questions or fun things to talk about? Omega, I definitely, if I were you, I would post that you got that pop if you haven't done already. I think that would be a lot of fun. Matt would love to see that. That was a wild, indeed it was. I got sick and missed a whole day, but bounced back the next day. I thought, I'm out. I'm going to miss this whole thing. And then I bounced back the next day. It was really weird. This guy who I had met and from other cons, he came in the day I was starting to feel bad, the first day of the con. And he goes, "Oh, you're not feeling good?" He goes, I got just the thing. And I was like, "What?" And he goes, "I got these concoction of pills. There's several pills that you got to take that'll blast that right out of your system." And I was like, "Okay." He didn't have them with him. The next day while I was out, Hillary texted me and was like, "This guy just showed up with a random hand of pills for you." I was like, "What?" And she brought them to me, and I was like, "I am not taking those pills." I never did, but I felt better the next day. And then when he came by, "See, I told you to work." I'm like, "Yeah, sure, it worked." I talk with Chelsea on Instagram sometimes, so maybe she can help get me noticed by. Hey, Chelsea just had a really good moment with the what was the big WWE event that just happened? She got Chelsea Green. She just got her big time in the limelight. That was awesome. And it snowed, froze off body parts at Star Wars Celebration Chicago. Royal Rumble, yeah. I've never been to one of those or WrestleMania, but it seemed really cool. Yeah, and I saw Chelsea had a heck of a showing, like just got a chance to really show off her skills in front of everybody. I bet it could happen. Omega Buck. They've made quite a few. Matter of fact, I have Asuka that is in the box game. Somebody might win on Thursday. If you're this old SDCC exclusive, I don't know what it's worth these days. I think we looked it up, but want a chance to win that, it'll be in the box game more than likely on Thursday. Right, Miss Jessie Star? We've been talking for a while about it. You missed it. When she gets pop, I'm going to be so excited. Yeah, that's a good one, isn't it, Omega Buck? Yeah, come by on Thursday. Stream starts at 11 a.m. Pacific, so around the same time as today. And I'll be going till 4 on Thursday because we're going to raid over to my buddy Jungle Bry for his project drop. So Thursday, we're going to have the box game. We're going to play some video games. We'll give away some Sully Bucks and some other stuff, some NFTs, and it's going to be fun. So make sure you come by. I am going to start wrapping things up here in just a minute for today's stream. I really appreciate everybody coming by and the wonderful conversation that we had. Great well thought out questions around the NFTs and the different projects. Just a couple of recap items. Don't forget to go get your 67 days until Mania in Philly. Oh, that's going to be cool. Don't forget to go do your Sword of Power expedition, if you will, your journey to go get your sword. And if you do that, then tomorrow I'm going to have a free hoot with Sword of Power for anybody that completes that Sword of Power project. Here is the tweet for it right here. Put it on YouTube as well. And then you can claim that. Sorry, I'm trying to get my page open. I somehow minimized where YouTube was. You can claim that for free tomorrow. There will also be a freebie coming from our friends at Drawn Company, who's created that project, Matt, where you get another freebie just for getting your sword. We've got, make sure you get ready for your snapshot for WB100 tomorrow. Make sure you get your coins turned in for Steven Universe by Friday. Thursday, I'm going to announce, I should have talked about this earlier. We've got the superb owl, which I've almost finished designing. No, you do not have to do the Sword of Power by tomorrow. You have until the 4th to finish it. Make sure you do it before the 4th, February 4th. The Superb Owl, I decided to hold off on selling those until later this week, possibly telling you guys about it on Thursday, but going live on Friday or Saturday. I don't want to take away from Jungle Bry's project on Thursday evening by selling you stuff Thursday afternoon, and then you don't have wax for Thursday evening. But I'll bring to you the art, and we'll talk about the layout for the project and how that's going to go down. For the short of it, for you guys who don't know, Superb Owl is a way to buy an NFT from me and be involved in a Squares game that can earn you a 1-of-1 NFT and a wax prize. So you'll actually earn Wax P if you win one of the quarters. Josh says, thanks for always having an enjoyable stream. Look forward to the next. Have a good evening. You too, Josh. And Keith, St. Keith, Tier 1, 15 months. Thank you, sir. Tomorrow is the Woofy Snapshot. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go back and rewatch the VOD on the stream today. Essentially, a free token, a meme coin, will be distributed. Actually, there'll be a snapshot for it tomorrow, with the distribution occurring soon. Don't know exactly when, but that snapshot requires only that you hold Wax P in your account. Don't miss out on something free. Boy, there's a lot. What else? Next Tuesday is Fantastic Plastic. We'll be getting ready for that on Thursday as well. We'll talk about that some more. If you are out in the community, if you see comments from people who are showing that they are willing to learn and want to learn to get into the NFTs for Funko or whatever, and they want to get into that project, please drop my name and tell them, hey, Sully will help you. They can hit me up on Twitter. They can come by the stream would be preferable, but I get it if they're not into the Twitch thing. I think what most people don't understand is Twitch is free and you can watch and you don't have to spend any money. And take care and spike your hair. Woo, you're nice. Tufu actually pushed the pack drop so we can keep our wax for the snapshot. Very smart. So Tufu has a pack drop. I didn't know. I did not know. Is that on Twitter? I better look that up and so I can set my alarm. I don't want to miss out on the Skunky Chunks pack drop. That's one of my favorite projects of all time on the Wax blockchain. I don't see anything about it there. I keep begging them to put this stuff on Twitter. If anybody could tweet out the details about the Skunky drop, that would be super helpful. How much wax was needed? Minimum of 1,000 wax. Maximum tier is over 10,000 wax. But even at a minimum of 1,000 wax, you're going to get some woofy. So that's something. What did Natty say? That's Karma? Wait, I saw his last comment was the woofy snapshot is tomorrow. What was the other? Oh, CM Punk is going to miss WrestleMania. Oh, gotcha. I don't know the drama in that, so I won't even pretend to that I do. What else? Oh, I have my handy post-it note with all the things. So woofy tomorrow. Oh, don't forget to sign up for my newsletter. Basically what I'm doing, if you go down below the stream right now, you can either do the link or the QR code, or there's the link right there in the chat. I'll grab that again and drop it on YouTube for the handful of people that are watching over there who might not be talking or might be. I'm not going to inundate you guys with a bunch of BS. Here's the short version of it. I want to use it as an opportunity to let people know when I'm going to go live. So I'll send out some quick ones that are like, hey, Sully's going live today at blah, blah, blah time. Here's what you can expect to happen. It'll be a reminder of when I have NFT drops, NFT blends. I might use it as an opportunity to put out some sort of weekly newsletter about here's what's going on. Here's some fun projects in wax. Don't forget about these deadlines with Funko in case you need those reminders about snapshots and when your coins are due, etc., etc. And then what you guys want me to do with it. I'm not going to send one every day. Promise you. I might send 2-3 times a week at most. And then if you guys tell me it's too much, I might back it off. Did I get a confirmation of newsletter sign up? Is that something you can implement? I will check. That's a really good question. Let me put that on the back of this. I'll put this on my to-do list. Confirmation of newsletter sign up. Thank you for that. Definitely will want to use it to help highlight, other than just me, things going on from like Priscilla with Sune and her cons and stuff with Jungle Bry and his drops, etc., etc. So please sign up, and then you can always unsubscribe if you don't like the content. If you're a robot, just lie and say you're not. That way you can still get the content. What else was on my list? Fantastic Plastic we talked about. Hoot Karen shirt should be dropping tomorrow for anybody that does the Sword of Power. We did the unboxing. If you want to see what the DC pops look like, you can go back and watch the VOD. Staking claims. We had a good conversation around staking claims. Don't forget that if you have a good chunk of wax, you can put that to work for you and you can earn 8% is about the going rate right now. You can earn going through My Cloud Wallet or some of the other avenues to stake wax in CPU and earn from that. So don't forget you can do that. I'll be live on Thursday instead of Friday. In case you don't see a tweet, Skunky Drop is Thursday on Nefty. Toy Story thing. Oh, I can't miss that. Wait, is it already... Before we go, let's look at this together. Nefty, because we might be able to just see already the countdown timer. He usually puts his stuff up well in advance. Better than me. I'm usually still working on it the day of. Not up on Nefty yet. Ding, dang. Well, for anybody that might want to keep an eye on things, this is going to be on Thursday. You might want to bookmark this site right here. This is the Skunky Chunks site for drops and blends and everything else. But if you are familiar with the Skunky Chunks project, one of the best that there is out there, artwork and Wax Style Farm integration, earnings, etc., Power and Wombat Dungeon Master. Make sure you follow that page, maybe bookmark it. Thank you for the information on that, Chucky. Remind them. I keep trying to ham and all of them and remind them. Dude, Discord's great, but there's a whole world that exists out there that still wants to support you that's outside of Discord. And while they may sell out by just sharing it on Discord, I'm gonna be bummed if I miss it because it's not on Twitter or something. Maybe it's a strategic thing that they've chosen to do. I don't know. When's the deadline for the Hoot Sword NFT? It runs right in line with the deadline for you to craft the sword. So you have until the 4th. That's when the sword will close, and that's when I'll close the claiming your Hoot, is that day. So you have until the 4th of February, which is Sunday. That's why I'm going to get it up tomorrow so that you guys can claim your freebie. And I'll tweet about it. Maybe even make that one of my first emails to go out telling, hey, if you got a sword, don't forget to get your Hoot. All right. And don't forget to support our ex-Mondo friends, Made by Mutant. The gang that left, was told to leave Mondo, has gone out with Elijah Wood and his production company to start making really cool albums and posters. They're going to bring back what was the once great Mondo, now called Made by Mutant. I'll drop that link in one more time as well. I'm excited about this. Mondo was one of my favorite things to collect. Oh, they already announced something else new. A girl walks home alone at night. A poster. Oh, that's cool. Wait, they've announced some figures too. They're busy. But they have a Wonka album that they just announced today. There it is for Twitch. And here it is for YouTube. If you're not familiar with what Mondo used to be, go do your research. But they used to create albums, vinyl, soundtracks for TV shows, movies, etc. And really cool collector's art. Even the album itself is collector's art. And they would make screen print posters, which I'm obsessed with and in love with. I don't have room to hang any behind me, but I need to get some hung in this room. I have Star Wars and Back to the Future and Marvel and all kinds of great screen print posters that I absolutely love. And tomorrow is Ben Feldman's birthday. Happy early birthday, real Ben Feldman! Whether you're on YouTube or Twitch or both, happy birthday. Everybody be sure to do that on Twitter too. Okay, I think that's it. Unless anybody has any additional questions or thoughts, let's get this going. I'm going to go see who's on Twitch that we can raid over to. Oh, I have once again done it. I have 100 tabs open. I don't know how this happens. I got to spend a bunch of time closing a bunch of tabs. Twitch.tv. Who's on? Gary V is on. I'm not going to raid over to Gary, although if you're interested in his content, great motivational speaker and a guy who can see down the road on what's going on in the world. He's been doing lives where you can kind of see what's going on in his day. Check that out. Felicia Day is on, playing the new Suicide Squad. Dreamality's playing Armored Core. I'm looking down the list here. Don't see any of our normal crew on. You know what? She doesn't need the help, but I just love what Felicia Day has done for our community. To me, she's kind of like the queen of the nerd community, and she's on playing the new... she has a sponsored stream with the new Suicide Squad game. So we're going to raid over to her. I think she's just amazing. I've had a couple small interactions with her over the years, and she's always been very, very nice. So I'm going to raid over to her. And before we do that, let me add points to everyone for being here. I will do 75 and see how many... We're at 84. Nice, so I'll add a few more. I don't know what you guys see on your end, but that's what I see in the chat. So there's 85 Sully bucks for everybody to thank you for not rage quitting the stream early. We're going to raid over to Felicia Day. Please drop in with a hashtag Sully raid and your Nerds Unite emotes. Don't bail until you do that. Please do that in her stream. Hashtag Sully raid and your Nerds Unite emotes. Just to say, hey, community came over. We brought the raid over, and maybe she shouts us out, which would be nice. So I'm going to raid over to her, and then I will see you guys on Thursday at 11 a.m. Don't forget to wash your hands, check in on somebody you love, make sure they're doing okay, stay positive, and above all else, most importantly, Nerds Unite. Bye, Misty. Bye, everybody. Thank you very much for today. Here we go in 3, 2, 1, rating.
There's a lot of stats that suddenly are now available. Okay, guys, I'm gonna find somebody else. Out of 10, how I rate this game? I mean, we just... Oh, thank you for the raid, you guys. Sully, I'm just about to stop playing.